Hi. Welcome. Sorry, just point to another studying stream. um, but yay, right? I mean, how many words? It's a lot. It's a lot more. Don't tell me I turn my lamp on. Can't see shit. And I can't reach the plug with my headphones. There we go. Okay. Hi. Welcome to another odd study stream. I tried to figure out. Oh, good. You helped me browse stuff like that last time. Oh, I thought you managed to get to sleep, my dude. Why the fuck you were up at 4? Girl. Anyway. um, what was I gonna say? Oh god, no, I can't remember what I was saying. Something studying, something criminal procedure. I wrote my labor law test yesterday, and I think it went well. I don't want to jinx myself by saying that because I feel like you say that and then it's like you failed or whatever. Anyway, I think I did well. I think I did okay. Just woke up after a dream and my sister was my biggest idol. I'm gonna keep that. That was nice. Damn. Okay. No. Hey, my brother and I. Listen, I love my brother. I do. Doesn't mean he doesn't get on my nerves though. But anyway. Um. Yeah, I think I did okay. We'll see. Obviously, fingers crossed. It was a massive, like, a lot to write for 1 hour. Like, it was weird. Like, there were like 3 questions in the paper, each worth 10 marks, and it was like an hour paper, and like, you have to write like essay worthy answers for like 10 marks. So, yeah, everyone was like speed running. I was there for your setting. I'm a minor luck deity, so I'm confident you would do well. Oh, thank God. Which temple should I be praying to for the luck? This minor luck deity. Is this going to be the Kamasami Kiss? God, I love that anime. I should watch it again. Didn't they cancel it? I don't know. I haven't watched anime in so long. I have such a long list. Hang on, we're gonna chat for a sec while I pull this shit up. Somebody is now following. Oh my gosh, hi, welcome. We are rambling. Wait, that's not you. No, Lucky, you're already following, I think. But I have a massive list. Like, obviously, Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood specifically is my favorite. Everybody, that's the only time I focus on, and my presence in chat will do the rest. Hey, yo, my body fucking hates me. I feel like I'm 100 or something. Anyway, I am low. Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood is like my favorite. Obviously, I'm collecting the hard copy mangas. I have 4 out of the 10. Each of them like is super duper expensive, so I don't really get them often. But I really want an Edward Funko Pop for my birthday this year. I that would be great. But I love that anime. Bungo Stray Dogs. I don't know if you guys will know that anime because a couple of my friends who watch anime don't know that anime, and it's such a crime. You guys are missing out. Okay, Bungo Stray Dogs is incredible. Obviously, Demon Slayer. I don't know if you've been around a while, you know that my cat's name is Nezuko. So I love Demon Slayer. Attack on Titan is good. I haven't finished it, but that's because I got spoiled like the entire ending, so I was like, I don't feel like watching it. And then I really enjoyed Black Clover, but I haven't watched like the movie or like kept up with the. I stopped on the arc spoilers where they go. I think it's the Heart Kingdom. I started Bangalore, but I just couldn't get it. Show yourself out. No, I'm kidding. I love Bangalore, but that's just me. I get it. It would be fair. I mean, like, I think the most people will have seen of Bangalore is gonna be Dazai because of how popular he is. Personally, he's not my favorite character. He's a nice character. I like him, but my favorite character is Atsushi, the main character. And then I like Chuya as well. He's like one of the mafia guys. Who else do I like? Yeah, those are like my 2 main favorites from the anime. I like Daza. Oh, Kunakita and Ranko. I also love them from the anime. But there's so many. I think the next thing I might rewatch Full Metal to get back into anime. But I think, and I like half watched a bunch of animes. I want to get into it, but I'm just not into that type of anime in general. So because I'm losing battle from. What do you watch then? I don't watch. What else? I don't really know what type I watch. I just kind of like get recommended and then I try it. And like I found Death Note very Please Don't Kill Me very boring, and I don't know. I just didn't like it. I watched like 2 episodes and I couldn't get into it. I know it's only 12 episodes, but like, oh my god, Light pissed me off so badly that I just couldn't get. I really recommend that thing. I love classical high dark fantasy. Okay. Um, I think the next thing I really want to watch is where is it? Hang on, it's on my list. Kabanare of the Iron Forge. It's some zombie anime. I don't know. I saw like a snippet from it and it looked really cool. But I have a lot of like unfinished animes that I'm like either halfway through or just like didn't get to finish. Which one of them being Hunter x Hunter. Let me just preference this. I do not like Gon and Killua. I said it. They are insufferable. I know it was made in like the late 90s, early 2000s, whatever. But oh my god, they're so insufferable. Death Note is so annoying at times, so I get it. But yeah, I mean, I think Light just ruined it for me personally. He was just really self-absorbed. It's not even the like. I don't know. I wanted to stick around for L. I know I finished on like a scene where there's like people on their computers and they're like, who are we gonna call? And then like the letter L shows up on their monitor or whatever the fuck. That's kind of where I stopped. But I think it was mostly Light that like made me not want to watch it. Hunter x Hunter Go to Killua I could not stand. But that being said, I love Kurapika and Leorio. What's his name? Is it Leorio? The Doctor. I love them. If they had their own spin-off, I would totally watch it. But like I stopped on season 4 because the next arc is like just specifically going to Killua and I do not give a fuck about either of them. So I just haven't watched. Bleach, I'm on episode 49. I keep track of how far I am so I don't get lost because I watch so many at the same time. I've started an anime called 86. It's only 2 seasons, but it's so fucking depressing that I actually have to take a break. Yeah, they are great, but they fall out of the series and fall back in when it's convenient. Yeah, I loved the arc where Kurapika was like a bodyguard or something, and he had to fight the spiders, and like he realized that they murdered like his clan and like took their eyeballs or whatever the fuck. And Leorio is just such a good character. I know he's supposed to be the comedic relief, but I love his character like so much. Kilo and Gon, I get that they're like 12 years old, but like, come on. Most anime protagonists are like young men, okay? And they're not that insufferable. Gon and Killua are like a special kind of, especially Killua. Oh my gosh, if he doesn't shut the fuck up about his family, holy shit. I know he's traumatized, but so is every other protagonist ever, like, really. I love the spider arc. Yeah, I loved that arc with Kurapika a lot. And then now it's just Gon and Killua and I don't care. So I just start watching. Violet Evergarden is really good, but I had to start watching it because it was so depressing. Like I was crying like almost every episode. So I actually had to stop. It was so bad. Noragami was good, but I think it got cancelled. I can't remember. But I was on season 2 somewhere. Classroom of the Elite, I think I watched 1 episode and I hadn't continued. High Rise Invasion, listen, the premise for High Rise Invasion is so good. The execution is so ass. Okay, it looked really cool and like the idea is really cool, but then all they do is like, oh hey Ruby, we're talking about anime. It's just an entire series dedicated to fan service. It's so irritating. Like, honestly, I actually do suggest it overtook Full Metal Alchemist. Okay, I will add it to my list, but nothing is replacing my baby. Okay, I love Full Metal way too much for anything to replace it. No. Speaking of fan service though, again, please don't kill me. One Piece. Don't come for me. Have you seen how they draw the woman? It's the entire reason I haven't even tried One Piece is because of the art style. And I know that's shallow because I hate when people are like, oh, it's such an ugly looking anime. Like, I don't want to watch it. No, it's not because it's ugly. It's because all the women look like they're always falling out of their bikinis all the time. Why the fuck would I want to watch that? Like, it's literally just fan service. I'm sure it's got a great plot. I mean, I hate that it's so long. Like, no, you just have to get through just skip 300 episodes and then it gets good. Like, why the fuck would I skip something if it's so good? If it's so good, I wouldn't have to skip anything. Not the point though. I just think One Piece has too much fan service. And my brother really loves One Piece. Well, I don't know if he still does, but he did. And he said that the manga wasn't that bad, but like the anime made it like super like kind of fucked the woman over. I don't know how true that is. But that's like the main reason I haven't watched One Piece. The arts are so not my type. The women are either made to be ugly or goon material, and it's so long and so impossible to get into. Yeah, even if it was like really good, I just can't look past the way they draw it. And I'm not saying like no anime can have fan service. Lots of animes like that are good do have fan service. Like it just comes with the territory. Like, you know, you have shows like One Piece and High Rocks where the entire plot is fan service, but then like shows like I know Black Clover has a little bit of fan service, but like it's like confined to like a beach episode, right? Or like one character who's like super hot, but like she also has a good backstory, so you can kind of like overlook it and like understand why she's the way it is, she is. Sorry, I'm drinking a lot of water. It's really freaking hot today. I have like a fan going. It's else have I watched? Yeah, definitely what we are talking about. Vinland Saga, I need to start, and Berserk, I think it is. My friend loves Berserk, so he says I need to watch it. Psychopass, how we say it. I tried to start, it was a bit heavy, so I stopped. My Hero Academia was like the first anime I got into, and then I don't know, I just kind of got bored, so I like stopped. Dungeon Meshi is also really good. There's only one fan service character, and it's a hairy male whore. That is so iconic, though. That is so... I love that. That's so iconic. Holy shit, I'm adding that. Because that's, like, just reminding me of Origins. That's just... I don't know why when you said hairy male dwarf with fan service, I immediately thought Oghren from Dragon Age Origins. I don't know why. Dungeon... I'm just adding it to the list. Yeah, what else have I seen? I should really start studying, but I'm into this conversation now. Oh yeah, Spy Family is really good. They have so many upskirt shots of them and it's hilarious. Oh my gosh, how the roles revert. No, I'm kidding. Spy Family is really good. I think I've caught up with everything though. I don't think anything new has come out, but I'm really excited for when more does. And then Haikyuu is really good. I remember being close to the end, but I didn't finish it. I watched a lot of it in school, but I never finished it. I should finish it. JJK, controversial opinion. It's good, but it's not that good. Okay, it's a good anime. No one's gonna discredit that, but it's so overhyped. Like, it's such a good anime. It really is. Like, I'm not gonna say it's not. I haven't kept up with it, but I did enjoy JJK when I watched it. It's not, yeah, it's a good anime. Okay, nobody's gonna say it's not, but like, Jesus, people worship the ground that it walks on, and I'm like, y'all have not watched enough anime. Okay, and that's from somebody who's only watched like a couple of years. Okay, I think it's but I might be biased because, what's his name? Oh my god, he's the cursed speech user. Is it Tamaki? It's not Tamaki. Oh my god, do you know who I'm talking about? He wears like the mask over his mouth and he has like the cursed speech tongue. And like whatever he says like happens, like, you know, like you know what I'm saying? What's his name? He speaks in ingredients. Anyway, him. He's my favorite. And the man gets no screen time. And Inumaki. Thank you! It's Inumaki, and I love him. And he is my favorite baby boy, and he does not get enough screen time. And it makes me really sad. Black Clover, obviously, Mango, Demon Slayer, Log Horizon. Oh, Free. That was also one of my first animes. Was Free. That is literally just a fan service anime for women, and I'm not complaining. Like fan service in the way of back muscles. Like that's they're all swimmers. I don't know if you guys will know Free because I don't know. I don't think you guys will have watched it, but if you have, you know what I'm saying. Like they're so hot. I feel like I need to show you now. Justify myself a little bit. Hang on. Free. Like when I say fan service, I mean like not upskirts and like I mean it's just hot men in like swimming. I will show you. Hang on. Okay, wait. And then I can show you this. Let me just say quit that. This is the anime. This is the anime. Do you understand? Like 13-year-old me, like this is before I was like properly into anime, mind you. I I was into it, but like not really. Like a friend and me watched this. This is before I liked anime. But dude, I can't remember his name. The guy that did, I think he did Backstroke. He was my favorite. He was so sweet and kind. My best friend at the time liked this guy. I liked him. The guy with the brown hair. Listen, what can I say? Like, he was hot. The Yosha as a gay man, of course. It was such a good dude. I don't actually know what happened to it. I should like watch it again. It was really good for what it was. It was really good. Speaking as someone that read the manga, I just like the anime of Solo Leveling. Oh my god, my brother loves Solo Leveling, but I haven't watched it. I've heard it's really good though. Very cringe but good, but I hate the changes they made to it as an anime. I've heard the anime is good and the manga is good, so I'll definitely watch the anime, but I might also read the manga. Speaking of, wait, Lucky, wait. Do you know the anime Seraph of the End? Please tell me you know what I'm talking about. Nobody knows what I'm talking about. Do you need me to show you a photo? Because I will show you a photo. It is a gay anime. Oh my god, you do! Shut the fuck up! I love that anime and it got cancelled and I was so devastated. Oh my god. Nobody fucking knows that anime and it's so good. They went so hard on that anime. They didn't need to, but it was so incredible. I need to read the manga. I really do. I've actually got goosebumps. It was so good. Oh my god. They literally like stopped making the anime on like the best part. They just can't handle a plot. No. Do you want to know who my favorite was? Oh my god, what the fuck was his name? I shipped him so hard with like the main captain guy. He had white hair and he was a snarky little bitch. I think Goro and him I shipped a lot. I can't remember the guy's name. I loved him. What was his name? Oh my god! Anyway, I'm so glad you know that anime. It's so good. Oh my god, that anime is incredible. I love Seraph of the End. I should really read the manga. Dude, I've been talking shit for like 20 minutes. You know what? It's fine. Fuck it. I'll be okay. I'll study just now. But like, dude, that anime is so good. Like, I wish they made more episodes. I will try read the manga. But like, no, okay. I'm gonna say controversial. Wait, what? They hate to see a villain twinkling. Like, no, they really do, because I don't watch a lot of romance anime. But when I do, I'm very, very picky. So like, I don't know if you know the anime Given. I watched season 1 of Given and I loved it. I thought it was so cute and so well done. And I was really sad because at the time season 2 wasn't out. Oh my god, dude, wait. At the time, I didn't know season 2 was out yet. So I read the manga. I fucking hate it. I just pretend it doesn't exist. Season 1 is incredible. The rest of it, we don't talk about. It's so weird. I fucking hated it. I was like, I'm just gonna pretend I didn't see any of that. I read it in like a couple days, and then I was like, what the fuck is this shit? So then I pretended the rest of it didn't exist, and I was like, season 1 is great. Don't watch past it. It's like Tokyo Ghoul. Don't watch past season 1. Just watch season 1 and do not continue. Like, season 1 was really good. But like the rest of it, I hated so much. It was so weird. I sat through season 2, but I love season 1. Season 2, because, okay, again, I read the manga because it was before season 2 had come out. And I was like, I didn't really, okay, I'm gonna sound really mean, but I didn't really give a shit about the drummer and the other guitars, like the two blonde guys. I don't really give a fuck. Like, they were there, but like, you know. And this isn't like, it was all about them. And I just remember it being really weird because one of them had like a weird violinist ex who was like borderline stalking him. And then the drummer like again, borderline, like really drunkenly, like, you know, with the other guy. And then he was like, what the fuck are you doing? He was like, oh my god, I don't know what I'm doing. I'm so sorry. And I'm like, this was a really wholesome anime. What the fuck happened? So I was not impressed. They kind of ruined it for me, so I just pretended it didn't happen. What else was like really fucking good? That's a romance. Oh, you know what you should watch is My Life as it's called Ultimate Gay My Life as a Villainess or something like that. I think it also got discontinued, but there's a manga and I really want to read it. It's so good. It's like this girl gets like, it was so inspired by Killing Stalking's popularity. Oh, I don't read that. So you watched that too? Oh my god, bro! Dude, shut up. It's so good. It's so good. I ship the main girl and the blonde girl. You know the blonde girl who's supposed to be the main character? And then the villainess. I ship them so fucking hard. I love them together. But I think the anime got discontinued, but I used to read that manga. That was a really good show. That one I loved. I loved that show. It was so fun. I'm trying to think what else. Of course I watched Fruits Basket. I watched the 2019 version though. I loved Fruits Basket as well. Loved Fruits Basket. I liked the seahorse. If you haven't watched Fruits Basket, that sounds weird, but I like the seahorse guy. Finding another person with such a similar view on anime is so refreshing. No, for real, it really is. Because, okay, I'm gonna sound like such a pick-me when I say this. Don't judge me. I go to a very, very small college. Like, there's literally a few of us, okay? Nobody fucking watches anime. Only the men in my, like, group do. So when we talk about anime, they don't know what they watch Full Metal and stuff, but, like, they haven't watched, like, Fruits Basket and stuff. And, like, when I say, like, oh, I didn't like Death Note, it was boring, they're like, oh my god, what the heck? Like, oh, that's crazy. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, no! You're not hearing me. You're missing out on such good animes. Like, I'm not a romance fan, but some of them are so good. Like, I sound like I'm in a fucking cult every time I try and recommend anime to somebody because I'm like, no, you just haven't found the right one yet. Oh my gosh. No, for real, I recommend so many animes to my friends. I'm like, please go fucking watch this. And they're like, no thanks, I'm just gonna go watch this one. I'm like, no, please, just try the romance. It's actually really good. What's another one that I wrote? Kamasari Kiss, obviously I really like. Oh my gosh, I've really not watched that many romances, I don't think. So, I'm looking around at my Funkos and being like, what fandoms do I have here? Well, it's such a gamble talking to anime guys because you never know if they are the type to watch My Life Got Turned into an Elementary School team. Dude, one of my friends, which now I don't know, like, this borderline, I was like, I'm scared. I'm not a huge fan of, like, you know those animes that are like, I got reincarnated as a cactus plant. Like, I don't really watch those much. And my one friend was like, you should watch I Got Reincarnated as a Slime. And I was like, should I? Like, should I? Like, this is the guy that's telling me Fruits Basket isn't good. I don't know, but I should take your opinion to heart. Like, okay. But, like, I mean, to be fair, I also was like, no, I'm not gonna watch like romance animes. But like no, some of them are so good. But it's the same with any anime. Like you just have to find the right kind. Like some of them are way too like what do you call it? Like fan servicey for me to watch. And then others are like perfect. Like you know what I'm saying? You just have to find the right kind. I also, as a lover of high fantasy, I enjoyed it, but I can't see how people wouldn't like it. Well, I reincarnated some slime. Is that what you're talking about? If it's good, I'll try it. But like, it was just because he like shot up a fruits basket that I was like, is your opinion really worth it? And then he, oh, okay, yeah, then I might try it. I wanted to watch Goblin Slayer, but then everyone was like, eesh, it's pretty dark. And I don't know if my mental health can take it right now. Like, I literally had to stop watching 86 and Violet Evergarden because it made me so fucking sad. Like, it was so bad. Like, it was actually terrible. I stopped watching Violet Evergarden, like my final year of high school because well, okay, surprise, I'm about to trauma dump on you real quick. I was diagnosed with depression my first year of college. So in my last year of high school, I physically could not bring myself to watch Violet Evergarden because of how sad I was. Goblin Slayer is dark fantasy. It's good, but so dark. Yeah, I've heard it's like fucking really, really dark. But I want to give it a shot just because the guy looks really fucking sick in the suit of armor. You know? Let me pull up the list again. Ooh, I really want to watch Inuyasha. Like, really bad. I want to watch Inuyasha. Let me see what I have watched on here. I'm probably saying it wrong. I always say this word wrong. Please don't laugh. Is it Exorcist or Exorcist? But you know what I'm talking about? Loved that anime. I need to continue it. I thought it was cancelled, but apparently it's not. I should really watch it again. So the anime comes on with Cadence Given. Oh, Bed and Breakfast with Spirits. It's like 12 episodes, and it's like it was super good. Oh, it was so good. I loved it. I think there's more. I need to watch. Bed and Breakfast with Spirits is so cute and such an nobody knows that anime, but it was so good. It was really awesome. I enjoyed it. It was like 12 episodes. It's not that big of a watch. A3, I so recommend Blue Period. It's on the watch list. It is on the watch list. I have not gotten around to it, but it's there. It's there. Don't worry. It is there. The other one that people might not know is A3. It was based on like an anime game. I loved it though. It was really cute. I think it was also like 12 episodes and it got cancelled. And the game got cancelled too, which is so sad. I loved the game. Skate the Infinity. I love that anime. Holy shit, I love that anime. Dude, it's so good. Are you kidding me? Oh, and Cherry and what's his name, Joe? I ship them so hard. And then of course like Ricky and Lunga, like duh. But like, dude, it's such a good anime. If you haven't seen, please watch. I beg you. It's not that. I think it's like also 12 episodes. It was so good. It was so good. It was so wholesome. I loved it. Oh, Yuri on Ice. Obviously, dude, did you see how they censored Yuri on Ice? It was so fucking funny. Holy shit. I watched it so long ago, but they censored it. It's so funny. Like, their first kiss is turned into, like, you can't see their face. Like, his arm is blocking the view. So it just looks like a hug, but the entire crowd is like, and then, like, it's implied that it's a kiss, but, like, all the romance is, like, censored in Yuri on Ice. And I'm like, what the hell? Like, it's like, literally marketed as a gay anime, but they censor all the romance. I was like, girl, okay, be so for real with me right now. Like, that's not romance, you're gonna censor it. I love Yuri on Ice. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck happened with the movie, but they censored, like, you must Google on YouTube. It's so fucking funny. I promise you, you can watch like a side-by-side comparison, and it's so funny. Like, they literally censor all the romance between them. It's so crazy. Ooh, another one, maybe people would know, is Shinobi no Itoki. I think I'm saying that right. It was just a wholesome little ninja anime. Like, this guy, like, his mom was like a ninja or something, I can't remember. And he was like training with her, and it was like just really wholesome. I don't know, I liked it. It was like 12 episodes. Full Metal, obviously. Yeah, I'm sure I've watched a lot more that just aren't on my list. I have like a checklist and I check them off as I watch them. I live in Canada, so I saw it all on Censored. Shut up! No! Oh my gosh. You must look at the censored. Dude, it's so crazy. It's so crazy. Because I think I watched the censored. I can't remember if I watched the uncensored version or the censored version, but then I figured out that it was like censored or something, and I was like, what the fuck? Like, it's literally marketed as a gay anime. Like, they've never done that with any of like other gay anime. Like, given there's no censorship. Like, it was just Fury on Ice. I have no idea why. Like, so bizarre, you know? And then I don't know if you guys will have like seen any of like these, because these were mostly from my childhood, but the Sonic animes, specifically Sonic X, Sonic Underground, and then Sonic the Hedgehog from 1999. Those three, dude, that was my fucking childhood. I loved those. Those were incredible. And yes, they are all different animes that like came out in the same period. It's actually so wild watching censored content next to the real stuff, and it makes it clear we are in a dystopia. Please don't get me started on this stuff. I will actually like, I can't get into this. Like, this is supposed to be like a wholesome gaming channel. We don't want my inner politician peeking out. Trump, sorry. Can't suck my dick, sorry. Got something in my throat. Oh my god. Anyway. I thought that was a fever dream. No! I'm gonna search this and I will fucking show you. It's real, dude! Hang on. Sonic the Hedgehog. I can't fucking spell. 1999. And then I'm also gonna show you the Sonic Underground. Sonic X is actually on Netflix, I believe. Like, the entire thing is on Netflix. And then Sonic the Hedgehog, the 1999 version, is on YouTube. Like, you can go find the episodes on YouTube. Sonic Underground, I'm not sure, because I haven't looked for it yet. But I remember he has a green brother, and I think a purple or pink sister. Sonic Under... See, we're not fucking crazy. Okay, I'll show you. Hang on. I gotta move some stuff because I'm using two monitors now. I know I'm so fat. I can't do it when I game because my games like destroy like the frame rate and stuff. So we're using two monitors now. I really hope you can see those. But this is like, look, like it's real. Like, this was a real thing. I remember the intro as well. So specifically, like, they were babies, like in swaddles. I love hijacking study time for anime. Yeah, dude, we're clocking the half an hour mark and we haven't even started yet. Like, I haven't even opened this textbook and the test is tomorrow. It's really bad. Like, look at this. Like, this is real shit. And then, I don't know which one's the anime, but it's the one with Sally Acorn and Bunny. She has, like, robot legs. Bunny. She has robot. Yes! Yes, she was my favorite in the anime. She was so cool. It was such a good anime. Oh my god, it was so good. I was rewatching it last year a little bit, but yeah, I had to like stop when I got back into Winx Club. So I've been watching the Winx again. Yeah, like, look, and then Sonic had like a grandpa, and like the grandpa was like turned into a robot, but then could like sort of come back, like he sort of had his memory, and then like this was Sally Acorn, and she was like a princess. Like, you can't even get me started on this. I could literally talk for hours about this shit. Like, it's such a specific childhood memory. Like, nobody I talk to in real life knows what the fuck I'm talking about. But like, this was real. Like, this was not a fever dream. This happened. Like, listen, and like in this anime, Eggman was so fucking scary. Like, he was terrifying in this one. It was really fucking terrifying. I don't know, like, it's just gonna come up with all the new ones, but he was really fucking scary. And then, I played the Sonic games on my PlayStation 3 when I was a kid. Do you remember, oh my god, Sonic... Fuck, he was a werewolf. It was low-key kind of hot. Werehog Werewolf PS3 game. What was it called? Sonic Unleashed! That's it! Oh my god. Like 7-year-old me? Dude. 7-year-old me had such a thing for the It's so bad. But like, come on. Look at him. What can I say? Like, you want to know what's crazy though? You're joking. It was my mom's. Like, oh, shit. Him. Okay, him. Keep in mind, Sonic. Okay, this is 7-year-old me. I don't know what in the early 2000s, but 7-year-old me. This is when I started gaming at the age of 7 on the PlayStation 3. Okay. So we're talking like ages like 7 to 10, okay, around that period. This was my first, like, oh, I love videos. Ratchet from Ratchet and Clank, specifically from Tools of Destruction. That man was so fine for like child me. Oh my god. I had such a crush on him and Sonic. Like, these two literally shaped how I see men, which probably explains a lot. No, I'm kidding. But like, they were like my biggest crushes in like the early 2000s. Like, Sonic and Ratchet. I'm sure I have more. They tried so hard to make us monster lovers and friends. No, they really did. I don't know what the hell they were drinking in the early 2000s, but like, look at it! Come on, you know, like, and like his voice gets deeper, and like, oh my god, like come on! I'm sure there's more, and I'm just not remembering. But like, this is what I. It's so bad. It's so bad. Like. Oh my god. Okay, we need to like. I need to reel it in. I'm like, yo, I'm revealing way too much about like my type of man. I'm kidding. But like literally, they were everything to me in the early 2000s. Time to lock in. No. I'm busy. I took my meds this morning to help me focus. Another trauma dump. I have ADD, so. But I don't want to. I want to lock in on the Lord Sonic Unleashed. Because tell me why. Okay, wait. Listen. I have to tell you something. Okay. Tell me why Sonic was turned into a werewolf and not a robot. Like, it's Robotnik, right? Like, the whole thing in Sonic Unleashed, he got caught in the trap, like, by Robotnik, and then Robotnik used his machine on Sonic. Why did he turn into a werewolf and not a robot? Like, I'm not questioning it. Like, we got given, I mean, you saw, like, come on. But, like, why wouldn't he turn into a robot? Like, anyway, massive plot holes aside, I should probably actually start. I really don't want to though, but like, you know, we can have breaks. Like literally yesterday, no, day before. When did I do my other stream? I think it was Sunday. They were on a high from the one book. What book? Oh, there's Sonic books? I know there are Ratchet and Clank comics. If you're a Ratchet and Clank fan and don't know, I think there's 7 comics. You can read them online. They're incredible. They're on a high from the one book. Bella. Oh, Twilight? Do you mean Twilight? I fucking hated Twilight. Oh my god, I hated Twilight. I still hate Twilight, but like as like a preteen child, I hated Twilight. Oh my god, I fucking hated Twilight as a kid, and I still hate it. I think it's dumb. Sorry, I'm not a huge fan of the sexy vampire werewolf thing. I say that, and I romance Astarion in Baldur's Gate, but like, I just meant like, I'm not. I don't know. I just think it's really weird that Edward's like hundreds of years old, or how like ever old he is, and then Bella's like freshly like in the first film or book or whatever. I think she's like 17 or 16 or something, and he's like, yeah, that's the love of my life, and I'm like, the minor. You mean that? And then to make matters worse, like Jacob ended up being in love with Bella's fetus. Like it wasn't even born yet, and he was like, "Damn, Like that's the one for me. Like you mean the sack in my womb? I do, and I did too, but its success led to massive growth for vampires and werewolves. Oh no, 110%. Like I can acknowledge that, but I like my vampires and werewolves scary. Or I prefer them, should I say? I'm not like they must make it. Like I'm not gonna fucking hate on it, but like I just prefer like if you remember Harry Potter and the Prisoner of Azkaban. I don't know if you guys remember Lupin when he turns into a werewolf. Like that's scary. I don't want the sexy werewolf. I want it to look like the Hunchback of Notre Dame. Like the man had the hunch. Okay. No shame. I don't know. I just prefer them. They're big and scary. They're so sparkly. Just wasn't for me. I tried reading the books because my aunt gifted them for me because she said when she was my age, she loved books. And I had just, mind you, I was like 12, I think. And I just read the entire Hunger Games series. Oh yeah, I should probably preface, by the way, I'm a huge nerd and I read a lot. So I was like 12 and I read the Hunger Games and I love it. I'm so excited for Hamish's book. Anyway, sorry, I'm talking way too much. I read the Hunger Games and then my aunt gave me Twilight to read. I couldn't even finish book 1. Like I hated Bella so much. My personal opinion, they should have made a romance between Edward and Jacob. Can you imagine the enemies to lovers, the forbidden romance? Just picture it, okay? That would have been, take Bella out and it would have been a better story. Okay, so this might be the little gay boy in me, but I am reading a webtoon called Love Bites, I Have Faith, and it's werewolf vampire romance story. See, the enemies to lovers, the opposites attract. Like Jacob and Edward could have done that shit. And then they put Bella in a love triangle. Like really, she was the most basic bitch. Like, I'm not just like shitting on movie Bella. I'm like, I read the first book. It was so bad. Like, oh hi Nezuko, she's just walked in. Yeah, I couldn't finish it. I hated it that much. And like my family had like a rule when I was younger where you couldn't watch a movie until you read the book to try and encourage my brother to read more. It didn't work, but like it worked for me. And I said to my mom, I was just like, I can't actually read these books. Like, can we just watch the movies and get it over with? And the one person I loved in those movies, Dr. Cullen, Edward's dad. He was so hot, like for no reason. He was so handsome and like so kind and nice. And I was like, what the fuck? Like, why is your dad like, what? I wish I did that rule. I would have loved Percy Jackson much earlier. Yeah, I never read the Percy Jackson books, and I didn't watch the movies until I was older, which is really shocking to me because I was one of those kids who read all of those types. I read the Hunger Games, I read Harry Potter, Maze Runner, dude. Maze Runner was my shit as a kid. Oh my god. I remember I read all 3 books in like 2 weeks. It was disgusting. And like I still have it in my phone from when I was like, I must have been 14. It was like grade 9. And day 207 of the year, I've labeled Newt Day in my phone because spoiler alert, Newt dies on page 207. I labeled the day 207 Newt Day in my calendar. That's how much I was obsessed with that book. Like, it was bad. He was the first character I had a conscious crush on. Oh yeah, Newt. He was so fine. Oh my god, I love Newt. But like, this is gonna be great for you, but sucks for me. The guy that wrote the book, what's his? Oh my god, I love him so much. I follow him on Instagram. He's really funny. You should follow him. He did a lot of the time. Oh, you meant Percy? Damn, okay, I can't help you with that one, but like buckle up because in the book, maybe you watch the movies, it doesn't matter. Everyone ships Thomas and Newt together, and at the end of the 3rd book, what's his name? Anyway, the author did like a bunch of like, he's really funny. He does a lot of jokes and stuff. Like people have asked him to sign their books. Like, and the 3rd book when you like, you know, he signed like, oh, I'm so sorry, like for the pain I'm going to cause you. Like, oh, James Dashner. His name's James Dashner. And he did a lot of like videos at the time where he would drop random facts about the characters. And I watched one, and he like is mentioning a bunch about Newt. And apparently, I don't know where, but apparently it's been confirmed that Newt is gay. And I was like, and James Dashner also ships Thomas and Newt, but they don't end up together, like ever. They've never been together romantically at all. And I was like, you're kidding. He ships it. Newt is gay. Like, it's giving Voltron, guys. It's giving Voltron. Is this Maze Runner? It is Maze Runner. It's Maze Runner. It's giving Voltron though. Like Keith and Moss. I'm gonna be back in 1 second. Don't go anywhere because I literally need to talk to you about this, but I'm getting a call, so I'll be back in a sec. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm back. It was just my day. Is this Maze Runner? Okay, I'm on Newt too. Yes, and he's confirmed to be gay. And it's confirmed. Well, James Dashner said that he ships Newt and Thomas together, but then nothing happened between them in the books, which is so sad. But he has a new book called The Crank Palace, which is book 3, but in Newt's point of view. So then you can read like what he felt and saw, like, you know, when he was like turning into a crank and everything. So I'm praying to the gods above that, like, if I get this book, which I don't think it's out in my country yet. I don't know. But anyway, I'm praying when it does come out, or I'm meant to read it some way, that from Newt's perspective, like, it's confirmed that he liked Thomas. Like, I really hope that that's going to be in the book. Like, sincerely, I really do. Because, like, it's giving Voltron. Like, why would you set up the characters like that if they're not going to end up together? Keith and Lance were like that. Why would you set them up like that if they weren't going to end up together? You know what I'm saying? Like, what was the point of doing all that? Really? Like, I love them. Like, literally red and blue, and like, oh, the snarky one, and like the cold one. I was like, oh my God, like Lance is bisexual. So like, you know, he's like him and Keith, and then he ends up with Alora. And no offense to Alora lovers, but I fucking hate Alora. Not because she ruined my shit. I just think she's really insufferable. That's just my point of view. But I also had a big crush on Shiro for like the majority of this show, and I didn't know he was gay, and then I figured out he was gay, and I was like, oh, that's okay. Okay. I literally have a Funko Pop of Shiro because I bought it when I thought he was straight. He's still my favorite. He's still my favorite character. But, you know, what can you do? It's fine. But anyway, I should actually really start studying because, guys, we're actually going to hit like the 1 hour mark and I haven't even opened the book. So I'm going to tell future me when she's making these chapters. Future me, hi. We've just been gossiping for like an hour, so you may want to start the first chapter here with the warning section. For my study group, oh no, wait. All things of writers like putting it to draw on the girls and gays, but not need to commit and have to commit. Yo, but that was my thing. Like the writers for Voltron never did, but James Dashner full on did. Like, he confirmed multiple times that, like, Newt was gay, and that him, and that he shipped the two boys together, but then nothing fucking happened. And I was like, I hate you. But anyway. Well, to be fair, Newt does die, so there's, like, not much can happen anyway. But, like, I would have taken, like, a goodbye kiss. Like, come on. Anyway, through my study group, I have not made comprehensive notes for criminal procedure. If you know, you know. Our lecturer for this, he's very new, bless his soul, and he speaks very quickly, and it's very, very hard to keep up and take notes. So, if I look, let me see how far I am in my personal notes. Not far. Oh my gosh, see, I got to like the superior and lower courts, which is not out that far. So, I think what we're going to do is just read from the textbook. and it's only 3 learning units, and I checked, it's like 100 and something pages, which, guys, we can do this, right? We will be skipping things, but we can do this. Okay, I have faith. My stream on Sunday was like, or Saturday or whenever, was the longest I'd ever streamed. It was like 5 hours or something stupid. Like, I haven't even played video games on stream for that long, but I studied for like 5 hours on stream, which was so fucking crazy to me. I was like, what the hell? But I'm gonna try for the textbook, and I also haven't highlighted anything in the textbook because I poured my heart and soul into labor law because I was really scared I was gonna fail, and then it turned out to be really easy, and I was like, oh, okay. But that might have just been because I've studied that really hard. But criminal, I haven't even looked at. So this is mostly for my benefit. If it helps the study group, then so be it. Because I did. Oh, sorry, I punched my mic. A lot of people in my real life don't know that they stream because it's embarrassing. So only a couple of like personal friends know. So for me to have shared that stream on the study group, I was like, we can never talk about this again. When this is over, you're just gonna pretend. And then I gained like a couple subscribers, and I was like, oh god, like y'all, like girls, I appreciate it, but like, anyway, it doesn't matter. If it helps them, it helps them. But this is mostly for my benefit, so I actually lock in and do this to hold myself accountable, because I feel like when I'm on stream, I'm being watched. So it helps me do the work, because otherwise, I just downloaded Love and Deep Space again, if you know, you know. And I've just been catching up reading the new story chapters. So I have not been studying today. And then I had a driver's test, and that, like, it makes me so anxious. I get really sweaty and like shaky when I do driving lessons. Not because I suck at driving. I mean, I'm not great at driving, but I don't suck. I just get really nervous when people are like watching me like that, you know. But yeah, okay, I'm gonna start. So let me look at our guideline. Here we go. So the first learning unit, theme 1. Okay, I'll judge if you fall back into yaoi and gay and anime study. Okay, I'm being forced against my will. No, I'm joking. Okay, well, it's distinguished between substantive and adjectival law, which I think I did highlight. I actually might have in my notes, y'all, because I remember. It's my notes. Yes, I do have it in my notes. I know I'm incredible. What can I say? I took notes in class. You know how it is. But if you're following along in the textbook, it's on page 7. So in my notes, I've said substantive law and adjectival law. Substantive is the principles determining criminal liability and the type of defenses, defines all the rules, like, and is academic. So how our lecturer said to look at it is as if substantive law is a gun, right? It's a gun. Then adjectival law is the procedure in which the law is dealt with and describes the rules that bring substantive law to life. And we must see it as a bullet. So, like, substantive law can't do anything without adjectival law. Say, you know, it's vice versa. Like, they have to be there for one another. They're besties, you know, they've got each other's backs. So then the next thing on my notes is crime control. But there's like a little bit of like paragraphs and stuff, but like, girl, we don't have time for that shit. Like, the test is tomorrow. The test is tomorrow. I'm so not ready. But crime control and due process is on page 8 at the bottom, if you want to know where it is in the textbook. And it says crime control is the method to reduce crime, and the laws are in favor of crime control, right? And then due process is the method to protect suspects and the accused, and it has a big emphasis on their right. So our lecturer said to look at crime control as a sword and due process as a shield. Because due process is like protecting like suspects, accused, everybody's like rights and stuff. And then the sword is like the prosecution, where they're like you know, trying to take them down or whatever. Oh my god, my textbook's so long. I feel like they're all slides. But do I want to do that? That's the real question. But it's so long. Like, oh no. I have so much to do. That's the only thing. If they were printed, I might use the slides, but they're not, so... Criminal procedure is a component of the criminal justice system. Girl, what the fuck? Oh, criminal procedure here, scope and content. Stupid. Okay. So, criminal procedure regulates the duties and powers of the criminal courts and prosecutorial authority. The duties and powers of the police, especially in the course of the investigation of a crime, the rights of suspects and arrested and accused persons, pre-trial procedural matters, bail, charge sheets, criminal trial, indictments, pleading, trial rights, duties of prosecution, defense, verdicts, sentencing, post-trial remedies, and executive action. Jesus, but okay. So it does a lot apparently, which that's nice. Then criminal procedure as a component of the criminal justice. This is what we need. Where's my pen so I can tick these off as we go, y'all? Because it makes me feel like I'm doing law. Okay, so why can't I use this? I hate this broken tablet sometimes. Whoa, let me cross it out. There. Sorry, sometimes the tablet doesn't pick up the pen is like there. Then, okay, discuss the dual function of the rules of criminal procedure. The rules. Oh, the double. Oh, okay, I found it. It's on page 8, and it says the double functional nature of some rules. So it says double functional in the sense that apart from regulating procedure, they also operate as grounds of justification in substantive law, i.e. substantive criminal as well as private law. So, it's hard. Grounds of justification in substantive law may also be double functional and may be used to great effect in criminal procedure. These aren't long. I feel like this isn't right. This feels way too short. But it says chapter 1. This is chapter 1, so... If it's short, I'm not going to complain, okay? Like, we have another 100 pages to get through. Where are my highlighters? So, next is the... Wait, inquisitorial and accusatorial. Okay, those are in my notes. I know they are. Yes, they are, but I didn't very well label them. So there's just words. That's not helpful. Did I really not write down what it was? Are you serious? Oh my god, that's not good. This is so unorganized compared to my labor law. Okay, I think accusatorial adjudges the role of a detached umpire who should not enter the arena of the fight between the prosecution and the defense for fear of becoming partial or losing perspective as a result. And an inquisitorial procedure is the judge, master of the proceedings, dominus, I thought that said titties, litis. They actively conduct and control the search for the truth by dominating the questioning of witnesses and the accused. After arrest, the accused is questioned primarily by the investigating judge, not by the police. In the trial, the presiding judge primarily does the questioning, not the counsel or for the prosecution or the defense. Okay, so they just do everything. That's cool. And if I'm started doing work, I know it's disgusting. Like, Ruby, I have like 100 pages to get through before tomorrow, and I actually want to die. Like, I feel sick thinking about it. I'm so scared. Because this is a lot. I wish you guys could see the textbook. It's fucking huge. I have to get, I think it's to chapter 5. If I find it again. Okay, page 127 is where I need to be. We're on page 8. So it's criminal, right? Yeah, criminal procedure. Yeah. So yeah. And I finished all my cooking too, so I know it's a sad thing. Okay. Where's my module? Cool. So we did the dual function, inquisitorial and accusatorial. I'm sure we'll come across it later on. There's so many like cases as well. Okay, let's just go. Let's just do this. Okay. So page 8, crime control and due process, the need to balance values. Description of the scope and criminal procedure, blah 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 blah. Okay. There's a constant need to strike balance between the interests of society in effective criminal law enforcement and the interests of society in protection of the rights and freedoms of all individuals suspected of, arrested, or charged with, convicted of, and sentenced for crime. You know what? I'm gonna look for those fucking slides. I'm not doing 100 and something pages in one afternoon when I haven't even highlighted half of them. That's disgusting. I'm not fucking doing that. Sorry, you must be crazy. I must have these slides. I just refuse to do that kind of shit in my textbook. Like, I'm sorry, there's no way. Hello, go to year 3. Semester. What is this? Crun. Slides. Oh, thank God. Wait, where's learning units? Okay, wait, that's 126. That's great. That's all of it. That's what I need. Okay. Wow, this is a lot. Okay. Okay. Maybe I can show you guys. Don't know if that would be bad. Study unit 4? Okay, we just have to get to 3. This is less than the textbook, and you know what? That's good enough for me. I'm not doing the textbook. You must be out of your damn mind. There's no way I'm doing that much. I'm just double checking that this isn't gonna like dox me or anybody real quick. I don't think it will. I think everybody like kind of I don't even think my lecturer made these notes. I think it'll be fine. Hopefully, right? I really hope it'll be fine. I really wish I could like pick where you guys are looking, because if you could just look at my other monitor, that would be great. But I don't know how to do that, so I'll just move this one by itself over here. But see, it's tiny and shitty now. This sucks. You just need to set it up. I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. That sounds like a lot of work that I don't feel like doing right now. I just had cookies for breakfast because I was out of milk for cereal. Oh, dude. Cereal sounds good now. I'm kind of hungry. I have like chocolate ones that are like full, they look like little pillows and they have like chocolate in the middle. Yo, I'm kind of hungry for that. No. We focus up. We'll get it during break or something. Shit, not bad. Yeah, you better feel bad. See, it's not even my lecture. Okay, no, I'm not risking it. You guys can listen. Because I'm just too worried. I'm too afraid. I fucking love crave. Crave? What's crave? Like craving? But cravings with a C. Okay. Study group. I'm looking at the lecturer's slides that he posted with learning units 1 to 6. But obviously we'll stop at 3 because, I mean, that's how many we have to do. I feel like I haven't even taken my meds today. I definitely did though. Like, I remember having to like scrounge for them. Anyway, doesn't matter. Okay, so we start from La Verita, learning unit 1, guy. Introduction. So, there are 3 main purposes of criminal procedure. Yeah, there's a serial little psychosis that chocolate and full card. Maybe it is. I don't fucking know. I can't remember what's in my cupboard. Okay, I'll shut up. 3 main purposes of criminal procedure. So 1, must provide a process that indicates substantive criminal law goals. Procedural mechanisms must determine guilt reliably, authoritatively promoting sentencing objectives. 2, must provide a dispute resolution mechanism. And 3, can perform a legitimation function by resolving state citizen disputes. The Bill of Rights and the Constitution form a dominant source of criminal. Oh, well, yeah, it's the fucking Constitution. I hope so. America, sorry. Distinctive. So now we're on like the little block that's next. Distinction between substantive and adjectival law. So substantive law is legal rules determining the rights and duties of individuals and the state. It's private and public law. And substantive criminal law determines the prerequisites for criminal liability, prescribes elements of specific crimes, and attaches sanctions, etc. Adjectival law, which is also a formal law, there are measures used to enforce the rules of substantive law. Rules of criminal procedure, law of evidence ensures criminal law is not static. Criminal procedural rules do not and cannot operate in isolation from common law and constitutional rights, but we knew that. Double functional nature of some rules. So, criminal procedure rules also operate as grounds of justification in substantive law, i.e. substantive criminal law and private law. For example, police officer searches suspect in terms of the criminal law and infringes suspect's right to privacy in terms of substantive law. The suspect cannot charge the police officer if the search was not legal. The criminal procedure... Sorry, I thought there were monkeys outside for a second. The criminal procedure consequence will be evidence obtained, not admissible. The substantive consequence may be criminal charge on the police officer as well as actions for damages. Substantive law rules also operate as grounds of justification in criminal procedural law. I'm gonna kind of skip the examples because, like, they're kind of long. So, then, little guy 2. Crime control and due process. 1. The need to balance values. Criminal procedure seeks to balance certain fundamental values. There's a need to strike a balance between the interests of society in effective law enforcement and the interests of society in the protection of rights and freedom of arrested, suspected, and charged people, etc., etc., you know, those type of people. So crime control module is the repression of criminal conduct, which is the most important function. It's the one we use the most. And then due process model, it acknowledges the importance of crime control, but its primary function is not just to secure conviction and sentence, but ensure results are achieved that duly and properly acknowledges the rights of the individual at every stage of the criminal process. The Bill of Rights demands due process. 2. The internal tensions. So, the assumption that rules apply to criminals only. The system must allow innocent may get drawn. Oh wait, these are just opinions. Okay guys, we don't give a fuck about opinions, and let me check our case list because there is a case here, but I don't think it's on the list. It is not, from what I can tell. No, it's not. See, we don't need to know people's opinions. Who gives a fuck? It's law. Okay, I didn't ask for their opinion. Neither did the courts, clearly. So the SV, I don't know if you can see it. I'm trying not to say like case names and stuff too much, but that case, we don't need to know that one yet. Check the module breakdown, otherwise I'll send it on the group. 3 is due process and the need to limit state power. So it's argued due process neglects the rights of victims and fails to bring guilty to justice. So 2 wrongs don't make a right. It does not suspend the rule of law, and due process doesn't ignore victims' rights, but merely seeks to ensure that through the vindication of those rights, further injustices are not triggered. Limits must be placed on fact-finding, even if they would result in the truth. So strip search suspects, illegal search, torture. Due process demands practical limitations on state power and all subject to the Constitution. Do we need to know victims' rights? I don't remember studying that. Let's see. I don't think so. We'll come back to it if we need. It's there. So we're just gonna go to 5. No. Did we learn witness protection? See, okay, in my defense, I sound like I don't know what's going on. In my defense, the guy speaks so fast, I have no idea what's going on in the lectures. And then I just look at my notes and I'm like, yeah, I'll do that another day. So criminal procedure, I just haven't done. So they're kind of right. I don't really know what's going on, but we're just gonna read together. No one in BCAD knows what's going on. Oh, it's like BCAD. That's cool. Yeah. See, I loved criminal law in the first 2 years, but now I don't know what the hell is going on. So I just ignore it, which is not good. So the module is based on concepts of victim rights and then the position of the victim in the criminal process. I don't remember us talking too much about the victim. We can always come back to it. It is there. I just don't think it's not in the. I mean, I can't see the word victim once in the module outline. So I'm going to skip over them and go to 3, which is constitutional criminal procedure. So, this is just naming a bunch of sections, which is so great. Love that for us. Principle of justiciability, Constitution and Bill of Rights to be interpreted fuck me. Right to be oh wait, Ruvia, I thought Lucky said he was studying BCAD, my bad. Bill of Rights to be interpreted authoritatively. There we go. Constitutional interpretation. Bill of Rights, criminal procedural provisions, usually vertical operation, and usually stated negatively, i.e. limitations on state power. So then 2, content of the Bill of Rights, Chapter 2 of the Constitution. So these, I'm assuming, are going to be the important sections. So Section 7, cornerstone of democracy, limitations, state must respect, protect, promote, and fulfill their rights in the BOR. Section 8 is the application, which is vertical and or horizontal. Sections 9 to 35 are the fundamental rights, like equalities, blah, 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 blah. Section 36, these don't help at all. These are useless. Why the hell do I give a fuck about what the Constitution says if you're not going to tell me what the Constitution says? Sorry. But it says in the outline, identify the relevant sections of the Bill of Rights that impact on criminal procedure. All of it. I don't know. Should we just start again? Because now I'm reading the module outcome and it's like, everything apparently is here. It just doesn't feel like it. I feel like all of this is fucking useless. I don't understand. Why is it so fucking useless? I hate this module, if you couldn't tell. Sorry. Okay, we're gonna start again. I'm just gonna make the chapter in this when it's a YouTube video so that all of my study buddies can just skip this absolute mess of me trying to decipher what the fuck is going on. Like, does anybody on the group chat know what's going on? Because I feel like this is just a mess. Like, I don't know. I feel like this is just like stupid. Where's my study group? Wait, what? Did somebody send learning units? Shut up. Did somebody send learning units? I'm gonna cry. Please. No way. Is this really it? Holy crap. Wait, where did they get this? Okay, that's a bit scary. Don't want to study from the wrong place. All good, girlie. I know you'll get it. I don't feel like I will. Like, yesterday's stream was like 5 hours, and like, I was prepared for that. Like, I knew what I was going into with that one. Like, I feel like I really hate this subject. And like, the lecturer is so nice. I just have no idea what he's telling me. Like, when he teaches, I have no idea what's going on. And I'm too scared that they like get this. Because like we had a huge problem last year on the study group, which like, okay, so context, I created the study group. We had a huge problem last year where somebody sent a case law for one of the cases in the exam, and it was from AI, and it was like not the correct case. And so we had to, like an hour before the exam, we like had to get together and reteach like the case because it was the wrong case. So now I'm just like cautious, like with people, you know, I don't want to read it if it's like from character AI. But I doubt anybody's going to respond right now, which is not helpful. I don't know, but all the smart girls in my group are being like, yeah, thank you. Like, I don't know if this is... not. A case from character AI is actually crazy. That's why I'm assuming like it wasn't malicious, obviously. They just didn't know. But it caused like huge drama because like you could have gone in there like and written down a case that doesn't exist. Like, so I don't trust the AI. Like, I'm just worried is all. I probably shouldn't be, but like I just want to know. Okay, no, you know what? We're just gonna stick with these for now. I'd rather be safe than like sorry, and it be. If it is correct, then I can read it before bed because they're not that long. But if they are, then. Yeah, sorry. I know I'm like not prepared for this at all with me. I've been streaming for like an hour and a half and I still haven't like properly started because I've been like trying to hunt down what the fuck I'm doing, and I'm not reading an entire textbook in an evening because I just don't have that kind of concentration or willpower. I'd like to go to bed today, hopefully. It's just, yeah, I just really don't like this module. I don't want to be wrong. I failed 2 modules last year and I just do not want to fail anything again. I'm scared. Okay, let's just go with this one. And we're gonna read everything. And, you know, if they respond before I like finish this one, then we can use the other ones. If they're all clean. Okay, at 1:20, we're gonna officially try and start again, like for the 4th time or whatever it is. So, learning unit 1. Okay, introduction, like 1 point introduction. So there are 3 main purposes of criminal procedure. 1, They must provide a process that vindicates substantive criminal law goals. Procedural mechanisms must determine guilt reliably, authoritatively, promoting sentencing objectives. Yeah. Then 2, must provide a dispute resolution mechanism. And 3, can perform a legitimation function by resolving state citizen disputes. And it says the Bill of Rights and the Constitution form a dominant source of criminal procedure. Then it says 1, a distinction between substantive and adjectival or formal law. Substantive law is legal rules determining the rights and duties of individuals and the state. It's private and public law. Substantive criminal law determines the prerequisites for criminal liability, prescribes elements of specific crimes, and attaches sanctions, etc. Then adjectival law is measures used to enforce the rules of substantive law. Rules of criminal procedure, the law of evidence ensures criminal law is not static. Criminal procedural rules do not and cannot operate in isolation from common law and constitutional rights. With this one, I remember doing. So, substantive law, again, is the gun. Adjectival is the bullet. You need both in order to perform criminal procedure. So substantive is like the rules, I guess, on how to do it. Adjectival is the enforcement of those rules, if that makes sense. Then 2, double functional nature of some rules. Criminal procedure rules also operate as grounds of justification in substantive law. So substantive law rules also operate as grounds of justification in criminal procedural law. Like I said, I'm going to try and miss some of the examples because the examples are really long. But if you want, they are there. Then, 2, crime control and due process. So then something like 2.1, I guess. The need to balance values. So criminal procedure seeks to balance certain fundamental values. So there's a need to strike a balance between the interests of society in effective law enforcement and the interests of society in the protection of rights and freedoms of arrested, suspected, charged, accused, blah, 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 all of them, you know? So for society's sake, you know, you obviously have to protect people from like criminal, I don't know what else to call them, thieves, I don't know. But those like criminals sometimes can be falsely accused, or not even that, but like they are still people. They still have rights. Like you can't treat them like crap just because they're criminals. They're still human. So, you know, they have a right when they're arrested or suspended, and those rights change depending on what level they are. So, you know, like arrested, suspected, charged, they don't have the same meaning. So then 2.2, it says the internal tensions. And yes, I read in the guidelines that apparently we have to know this. I don't know why, don't ask questions. It says the assumption that rules apply to criminals only. So this is the must allow innocent. So like, this is about to allow this. Like innocents may get drawn into like criminal situations, especially in pretrial investigative stages, right? Like people who are innocent get like, if you watch true crime and stuff, like people who are innocent get blamed or suspected all the time. And if they didn't have rights, they could easily be pinned for a crime they didn't commit, or, you know, like you hear of people being like so exhausted and like tired in like what do you call it? Interrogations, that they'll basically confess to anything, including stuff they didn't actually do. Like, so this is what prevents that. So innocent liberty must not be sacrificed. So in order to increase the efficiency of crime control, and alternatively may run the risk of acquitting guilty. So powers can't be absolute. Oh, just by the way, what they mean by that is like, you have to take into account that people could be innocent. And with that being said, like that's obviously a very important thing, but with that being said, it does pose a risk that people who are actually criminals will like get away, like they'll get away with it. But it's just a risk. Powers can't be absolute. For the state or the individual would result in tyranny and suffering. America, sorry. Wow, I have a real bug in my throat lately. It's been terrible. Anyway, Regulate state power negatively and positively. Rules authorizing the policy and limiting their power. So the conflict between victim and accused rights. So obviously striking a balance, which personally, I know you don't give a fuck. Actually, I'm not going to say that because I'm saving that for 4th year and I don't want anyone encroaching on my ideas for a thesis, okay? Everyone find your own idea. No, I'm kidding. But like, I do want to save that from 4th year, so it'll be a surprise. I know, it's very intriguing. Evidence obtained by breach of fundamental right. Should a court make evidence admissible in the pursuit of factual guilt, message to the state that unlawful conduct is acceptable? I think we all remember from lectures the case where the weapon was a chain, or one of the evidence was a chain, but it was acquired through illegal means. And so they couldn't use it in court and they got away with it because their like big evidence couldn't be used. Which in some cases I think is really crazy. But I mean, it makes sense. Like, again, like, what if it was planted evidence? What if it was made up? Like, you can't just submit willy-nilly. Like, it's gotta be very, and especially if you obtain that evidence through criminal means. Like, okay, put aside the fact that you obtained it like illegally. Like, who's to say that that thing is now not tampered with, or like you're just doing that to, like, again, like it fucks up the whole trial. Okay, like it's really fucking annoying. Anyway. And in that case, we don't need to know. I looked at the module outline and we don't need to know that case. Then, 2.3 is due process and the need to limit state power. So it says, argued due process neglects the rights of victims and fails to bring guilty to justice, so two wrongs don't make a right. So it does not suspend the rule of law, and due process doesn't ignore victims' rights, but merely seeks to ensure that through the vindication of those rights, further injustices are not triggered. So limits must be placed on fact-finding, even if they would result in the truth. So strip search, illegal search, torture, like, obviously you can't go around like torturing and strip searching people. Like, due process demands practical limitations on state power and all subject to the Constitution, obviously. Then 2.4, modules based on concepts of victims' rights. And yes, we do need to know this. I looked at the module outline. So, punitive module of victims' rights, or ROACH. They're both ROACH. I don't know why it says ROACH for both of them, but they're both called like ROACH. I don't even know if that stands for something, but punitive module says affirms the retributive importance of punishment and need for the rights of the victim to be considered along with the rights of the accused, and focuses all energy on criminal justice and administration of punishment. So these guys focus mostly on the criminal being punished in the course of the, like, the court. I don't know if I know how to say it, like the trial, I guess. Like, the outcome should be that they're punished. Like, that's the main goal. Then, non-punitive module of victims' rights attempts to minimize the pain of victimization and punishment by stressing crime prevention and restorative justice. Focus branches out into social development and integration. And it says both model focus on crime control and victim rights. Modules provide new ground for countering due process challenges by the defense. Sorry, I need more water. So it says 2.5. The position of the victim in the criminal process. So, role of the victim confined to that of the ordinary witness concerning the question of guilt or innocence or sentencing. View that system is offender orientated. I can't speak today. So it lacks victim support strategies. Where strategies are available, it's inadequate. And this I do agree on. I think that both accused or like criminally charged and victims of crimes should be looked after. Because currently it's a lot of, I mean, this is just me watching true crime. I'm not saying like this is real life. Like, obviously true crime is real life, but like, you know, it's online. It's a bit different. But I've seen cases where both people who have committed crimes do not get the help they need, And more often than not, the victims don't get the help that they need, because after the court is complete and the person has been sentenced, the victim is like, the courts are like, okay, well, that's it. You're out. Good luck with your life. Like, no, I just experienced, like, I went through a traumatizing event or whatever happened. Um, and I just think they should get some form of relief as well. If you want, I don't know, it might interest you. If you want to know a good case where I think that they really failed on the part of the victims, you should watch the Greyhound bus killer. I believe it's an American case. It's probably American. It's always American cases. That was a crazy case. That was insane, because you look down the line at what became of the victims of that case, and most of them ended up back in the courts for like DUIs or drug problems because they were trying to cope with what had happened. And then the guy that had committed the crime, I'm trying not to say too much because it's quite graphic, but the guy that had committed this crime, and I'm saying like it was really dark, he got 3 years in an asylum or something, like a, not an asylum, what do they call it, like a psychiatric ward or something. And like that was it. He got to go home and then he was fine. It was crazy. Obviously not all cases are like that. I just think like it's just fucking crazy to me. But then you also get cases, I can't remember the name of the case, where the woman, she had like a mental issue and she killed her mom, and she like turned herself in and stuff, and she was like, no, I actually like can feel it like coming when I want to like you know, cut somebody. And she was like admitted to psych ward for like a year or something stupid, not even. And she begged them to take her back and let her stay, and they didn't. And she was forced back outside, and she could feel it happening again. And she went to a hospital and she begged them to help her, and she just ended up waiting so long that nobody helped her, and she ended up trying to kill another person. Thankfully, that person put up a fight and survived. But it's just so crazy. Like the system just fucking fails. Everybody, I mean, this is America, obviously it's different. But like I think it does apply to a lot of places as well. The system just feels like it fails like everybody involved. I don't know, that's just my opinion. But nobody gives a shit. Anyway, so victim participation. Certain statutory provisions promoting victim participation in the criminal process. So rights to make representations with regard to convicted persons, placement on parole, institution of private prosecution. Then victim protection. Statutory provisions aimed at protecting the victim. And then there's an example, but like, girl, America get dogs because that narrows it down. Girl, there's like 200 and something countries in the world. I think I've actually said where I'm from before, and then I like took it down from my page because I was like, like obviously not this like state, city, whatever, but like the country I'm from. And I've like mentioned like our currency and stuff. I try not to dox places and too much information about myself. I feel like I'm Batman when I say that. Like, you know, like my secret identity. Like, no, that's not. That's not. Yeah, no. So there's the Witness Protection Act. So prosecution directives issued by the NDPP instruct prosecutors as follows. 1. Prosecutors must consider the safety of witnesses. 2. Voluntary witness protection. 3. Witness who has reason to believe safety is threatened to report to prosecutor, who shall assist with application for protection. 4. If prosecutor believes safety is threatened, may, with consent of witness, make application for protection. 5. Witness opposed to protection, the application for detention brought by DDP before a judge in chambers. And 6. If safety threatened, prosecutor must bring application for closed circuit TV testimony. 7. Request for defense access to dockets should be imposed where witnesses may be intimidated or tampered with, should identity be known. 8. Okay, wait, I get really too into this stuff because this is what I wanted to originally do when I started law, was criminal. I wanted to be a prosecutor. Now I have no idea, but you know, I'm still leaning into human rights. Not the victim's identity. I've watched a lot of cases where they hide the identity of the the criminal, the accused, the child, whatever you want to call it. And like, why? Like, some I understand, like obviously some are minors and stuff like that, but in some cases, like there was this one case, I can't remember what it was called, but there were these two minor girls. They were like 14, 15. So like it's not like they were children, like, you know, they were like teenagers. They tortured and killed this woman who had um what do I call it? Like a mental disability. I don't know what the correct term is. I can't remember what she had, but anyway, she thought like they were her friends, and they tortured and killed her, and then robbed her, like cleaned out her house for cash so they could go buy drugs and alcohol. And obviously they were found and like, you know, they charged and stuff. But they were like 14, 15, so their identities were never revealed. And then they didn't, like, I don't think they spent any time in like juvie or prison or whatever. Like, I think they were just like, yeah, but like they tortured and killed a woman and then stole her stuff and then like try to hide and stuff. So they knew what they did was wrong. Like, it's not like they can claim like they didn't know what they were doing. Like, they knew it was wrong. You know what I'm saying? It's just so, like, some cases like that, I'm like, at the stage where you torture and kill somebody, like if they just like stole money, I would understand why you would want to keep the identity secret. Like, that makes sense. It's not a crime that needs to be like, people, like kids do stupid things all the time. Like, I understand. A stupid thing is not murder and torture though. That's crazy. That's insane. Like, that just makes you insane. That's fucking scary. Anyway, 8. The High Court prosecutors must endeavor to protect identity of witnesses. Is of the opinion threatened should identity become known. And 9. Act provides for in-camera proceedings and the prohibition of publication of certain information. Then, number 3. Constitutional criminal procedure. So 3.1 is introduction. So principle of justiciability. I think that's how we say it. I think. And it's the Constitutional Bill of Rights to be interpreted authoritatively. So constitutional interpretation, Bill of Rights, criminal procedural provisions usually voted with operation, and usually stated negatively, so limitations on state powers. So 3.2, contents of the Bill of Rights, Chapter 2 of Constitution. And it says, Section 7 is the cornerstone of democracy. Limitation. I feel like I should whip out my Constitution, but I actually don't know where it is. I was in this drawer, but I guess not. It's not a very big. I don't know how it's done. Let me see. Okay, it doesn't matter. I can't find it. I'll look for it another day, but it's fine. So, Section 7, cornerstone of democracy, limitations. State must respect, protect, promote, and fulfill the rights in the Bill of Rights. Then Section 8 is application, vertical and horizontal. Vertical is between the state and individual, and horizontal is between 2 individuals. Then Sections 9 to 35 are the fundamental rights of equality, rights of arrested, accused persons. I'm assuming there's a lot more, but they don't mention it, which is super helpful. Section 36, limitation clause, so scope of rights and how they may be limited, to the extent that the limitation is reasonable and justifiable in an open and democratic society based on human dignity, equality, and freedom. Section 37, state of emergency, so table of non-derogable rights, right to human dignity, and life may never be abolished. Section 38, oh yeah, those are like, oh, I thought those were like the absolute rights, but they're not. Those are state of emergency. Section 38 lists those who have locus standi, anyone acting in their own interest. And Section 39, interpretation. Court must promote the values that underlie an open and must consider international law and may consider foreign law. Then, where's number 3? Oh, there's 3. 3.3 is Section 35 of the Constitution. So it's really important for criminal procedure. The right to a fair trial in court held embraces more than what is contained in a list of specific rights in section 35(3). Keep hearing footsteps. I think I'm going crazy. I don't know. It does say see appendix in the textbook, but I don't want to. What do you mean the appendix? Where in the appendix? It's a lot. Yeah, I don't know what they mean by that, but if I find it, I will definitely send it on the group chat. Then, 3.4, the presumption of innocence. The presumption of innocence and legal guilt. Until properly convicted, compliance with the rules of evidence and criminal procedure. Conviction, objective pronouncement being proved, guilty in accordance with the principle of legality. So rule of, excuse me, Rechtsstaat. I believe it must be Latin. We only learn Latin. I'm assuming it's Latin. Presumption of innocence as a statement of the prosecution's burden of proof. So prosecution to prove every element of the crime. If a single element is not proved beyond a reasonable doubt, the accused cannot be convicted. But we know that, right? Like, if you poke one hole in the case as defense, then the whole case goes down. The presumption of innocence and the nature of alleged crime. Neither the prevalence or offensiveness can disrupt the presumption of innocence, and not convicting an innocent person far outweighs the public interest of bringing perpetrators to justice. Which makes it, yeah, I mean, yes, it makes sense. 3.5, the right to silence, including the privilege against self-incrimination. It says, what's wrong, Landon? Oh, bless you, pupper. It's my dog, sorry. Accused, oh, bless you. Accused can never be forced to testify, the right to a passive defense. Constitution guarantees the right of every arrestee to remain silent and not be compelled to make a confession or admission, which could be used in evidence against them, as well as the right to remain silent and not to testify during the proceedings. If you know the Idaho 4 murders, I actually haven't caught up with them. I should see what's going on with that case. It was like really brutal. I really hope what's his face gets convicted because it really looks like he did it. He chose to, anyway, this guy murdered 4 college students and they found a bunch of evidence on him. Anyway, he's chosen to stand silent during his trial, and during his confession he also chose to stand silent, which in my opinion just makes you look more guilty, but what do I know? But yeah, it's just, I was like, damn, okay, why not say you didn't do it if you didn't do it? But anyway, the root of this, the subject is a full legal subject and not merely an object of inquiry. The position as full legal subject can't be tried if they are mentally unable to understand enough to participate and communicate. I think a lot of this we know from criminal law last year, or specific offenses and stuff. Like, if a person can't appreciate like the nature of their crime or like the consequences of said crime and like court and stuff, they can't exactly be held in like court because they don't understand what they did was like wrong or like has consequence or anything. Which I can't remember, it doesn't matter, but I can't remember if defense or prosecution is to prove that. But anyway, that's only for people who are mentally that they can't understand the proceedings and the consequences and everything. Position as full legal subject can't be tried if they, oh, I said that. And then many of the rights of accused persons can be traced to 1, the presumption of innocence, and 2, the status of the accused as a legal subject. So it may cause the conviction where the state had made a prima facie case. The accused has remained silent, defense has not raised doubt as to the state's witness, etc. The prima facie case then hardens as the defense did not disturb the trial, the state's case. Then 4. Oh no, it's historical context. Guys, I could be doxing us, right? Oh, it's... I think it should be fine. There's nothing in here that specifically says too much. History of SA criminal procedure. So obviously Roman Dutch law and English law. The essential difference between accusatorial and inquisitorial models lies in the functions of the parties to the judicial office, prosecution, and defense. SA criminal procedure has been accusatorial, but in certain instances, a judge may and or must call witnesses of his own. The procedure of questioning under Section 115 has inquisitorial elements. Questioning pursuant to a plea of guilt, and Section 1112, plea of not guilty. Conversely, accused may be found guilty on plea of guilty, which is a strong accusatorial element, usually minor offenses. If it makes you feel better, I'm barely paying attention right now, playing Dragon Age Vanguard. You lucky bastard. Oh, do you like it, by the way? I finished my first playthrough and haven't played it since. The writing was really bad. I thought the game had a lot of potential, and I liked the combat. I just thought the writing was pretty shit. Especially for the characters' personal quests. I think they could have done a lot better. I was quite disappointed in their personal quest. I definitely didn't feel as attached as I should have been to some of them. I need to get used to it, but I don't know if I love it yet. How far are you? Like, what's going on? But yeah, I definitely... But it was the same in Inquisition a little bit. I didn't feel as attached to the characters. I still like Inquisition a lot more than I do Veilguard. But I just wish they did more with the personal quests. Because I think the characters had so much potential. They just ruined it with the writing. Especially Tosh. I really like Tosh. But I think they could have done a lot better with how they wrote them. I only just finished my first real quest with Bella. Who are you romancing? Because everybody can be romanced, no matter your gender. Because I think I romanced... Oh my god, what's his name? He has the griffin. Davrin. I romanced Davrin my first time. But I loved Lucanus. I just heard his romance was really bad. But they all kind of seemed a bit empty to me. But that was just me. Anyway, I mean, I've only really met Bella yet. Oh, okay. Well, keep me posted. I'd be really interested to see, like, what you think of the rest of the game. Because after I played it, I was, like, on a high from the game. And then I, like, sat down and thought about it. And I was like, I need to go, like, cleanse myself with Origins. Like, it was a fine game. I just, going from the writing, like, it's, like, you can see it's EA, if that makes sense. It's, like, really EA. Anyway. Modern Western European systems do process inquisitorial systems, and then Germany is similar to us, and then not all accusatorial systems are due process modules. Essays pass is possible for a person to be detained indefinitely incommunicado without access to a lawyer or courts, and legally obtained evidence was admissible. But like, I mean, we know what happened between like before 1996. Like, come on, guys. Then 4.2. Accusatorial procedure. Anglo-American systems. I don't know what that means, but judges in the role of detached umpire who should not enter the argument between the prosecution and defense for fear of becoming partial. Police primary investigative force passing evidence to prosecutor and dossier, who then becomes the dominus litis. Trials in the form of a contest between two theoretical equal parties. I think that's the one we mainly do. I think, yeah, accusatorial is because the judge doesn't have a bias or like doesn't get involved in the case. They hear the facts and then they decide an outcome based on that. So they have like, they don't get involved at all. And then inquisitorial, judge master of proceedings, actively conducts and controls the search for the truth by dominating the questions of witnesses and the accused. After the arrest, the accused is questioned by the judge and not the police. So the judge basically does everything in that one. Then, 5 is sources of South African criminal law. So 5.1 is the constitutional provisions, which we know. So apart from constitutional rights that can be applied directly, criminal justice is administered in terms of statutory and common law rules. The standards set by the Bill of Rights serve then as a safety net and an interpretive norm. 5.2, the Criminal Procedure Act 51, sometimes referred to as the Criminal Procedure Code, literally has no evidence, like literally has no information under it, which is so useful. Oh my god. Then 3, legislation, which is the Magistrates Courts Act, Supreme Court Act, National Prosecuting Authority Act, Legal Aid Act, Extradition Act, MSA Police Service Act, Criminal Law Amendment Act, etc. I don't know why. Why are notes doing that? I'm supposed to say etc., not the notes. 5.4 is common law rules and case law. So common law rule applied to recusal in criminal proceedings. Legislation silent or recusal. Decided case where common law, constitutional, and legislative provisions were interpreted and doctrine of precedent. Then 6 is remedies, and 6.1 was the introduction, and it says, apart from new protective measures that may be developed under the Bill of Rights, the rights of the suspect are maintained and state official encouraged to conform to the, sorry, I just got a notification, to the principle of legality by sanctions ranging from informal social sanctions to formal legal sanctions. What are people yelling at? See, the group has replied. I don't think anybody has replied. Oh my god, now they're arguing over if his notes are even good enough for the test. I'm so pissed. I'm actually gonna cry. Oh my fuck off! They're saying his notes don't cover anything. What am I gonna do? I can't study anything. The lecturers are present in the group. Like my entire group chat, like another girl in my group chat was like, "Oh, she only studied the slides. Is that good enough?" And then everyone was like, "His slides are useless." And I was like, "Don't fucking say that. What am I gonna study? I can't do 150 pages of a textbook." Dude. I actually don't know what to do. These are so useless. Okay, well, I don't use those. You know, I've never studied law, but for my chem classes, I was mostly chem students, and as long as I made sure to look up context and stuff for them, given that's high school, they were chem, but still. That's the problem, is I could miss a lot of, like, definitions and cases and stuff if I study the wrong thing. This is just crazy. I'm so prepared for the other tests, but like for this, no. And that's the only test I have to write for criminal. I have an assignment next, which is fine. I'll take the assignment. I don't want to do a test. Like, oh my goodness, I actually don't know what to do. I'm so freaked out now. Everyone's saying they used the notes the girl sent, and it's from a different college. I'm just gonna use the girl's, like, notes that she sent, because one, I don't have the time for the textbook, and two, if it's wrong, I don't fucking care anymore. I'm tired. I'm done. It's my least favorite subject just because I go to the lectures and I leave with no knowledge because I have no idea what he's been saying for like an hour. It's so fucking useless. Where is this thing? Open all of these. There's only 3. They don't seem that long, but I don't want to jinx it, you know. Okay. Okay, I just need a... Ooh. Deep breath. Okay. Yeah, I will have some water. I'm just like, this is tomorrow, guys. I've been avoiding it like the plague, and now it's biting me in the ass. Okay. I don't even have any cookies to like helping me here. So it's really sad. Okay. No, I can do this. Okay. I can do this. It's 5? Jesus Christ. Okay. No, let's just do this. Okay. Learning Unit 1, we're starting from scratch again for like the 10th time. Okay. Learning Unit 1, distinction between substantive and adjectival law. Substantive law comprises legal rules determining the rights and duties of individuals and the state, and both private law and public law are part of substantive law. Substantive criminal, for instance, determines the prerequisites for criminal liability, like unlawfulness and fault, and prescribes the elements of various specific crimes, like theft, fraud, or murder. It also attaches a sanction of breach of its prohibitions? I think that's it, prohibitions. The mere threat of criminal sanctions would serve little purpose. Measures are necessary to enforce the rules of substantive criminal law. These measures are provided by adjectival law. Adjectival law puts substantive criminal law into action. Rules of criminal procedure form that part of adjectival law which consists in making substantive criminal law dynamic. The law of evidence, which is also a part of adjectival law, operates in tandem with criminal procedural rules in ensuring that criminal law is not static. So substantive law is the gun, and adjectival is the bullet. Okay. Criminal procedure as a component of the criminal justice system. Criminal procedure as a component of the criminal justice system also functions as part of a system which is referred to as the criminal justice system. Wow, I never would have guessed. Criminal justice consists of criminal procedure, substantive criminal law, the law of evidence in criminal proceedings, the law of sentencing, and related disciplines like penology and criminology, and furthermore, the law governing prisoners and prisons. Correctional Services Act 111 of 1998, which provides for, amongst other things, the custody of all prisoners under humane conditions, parole, and the rights and obligations of unsentenced and sentenced prisoners. I think I'm going to do the same thing I did yesterday, where I'll read the notes and then we'll go over cases and acts at the very end. So, let's continue. The common binding factor between the aforementioned branches of the law is that they deal primarily with crime and its perpetrators and form or should form a coherent whole in order to ensure that there is, in the interest of society, firm but fair enforcement of the rules of substantive law in accordance with constitutional and all other legal requirements. There's a case here, but I don't know. I'm not going to read case law just in case it's not part of the module outline. Discuss the dual function of the rules of criminal procedure. The rules of criminal procedure serve a dual function. They not only regulate the procedural steps in the criminal justice process, but also act as grounds of justification in substantive law, including both criminal and private law. For example, when a police officer conducts a search in accordance with criminal procedural rules, the act is both a lawful procedural step and a justified limitation of a suspect's right to privacy under substantive law. This means the suspect cannot successfully charge the officer with a crime or sue for damages. However, if the search is illegal, like not permitted by procedural rules, the procedural consequences may include the exclusion of unlawfully obtained evidence, while substantive law consequences could involve criminal charges against the officer or a civil claim for damages. Conversely, grounds of justification in substantive law, such as self-defense, can also function procedurally. For instance, if a suspect resists a lawful arrest and attacks an officer, the officer may rely on self-defense, a substantive law justification, to lawfully respond while also invoking procedural rules to overcome resistance. This interplay highlights how procedural rules and substantive law are interconnected, ensuring both the enforcement of justice and the protection of individual rights. Now, distinguish between inquisitorial and accusatorial procedures. In an accusatorial system, the judge acts as a neutral arbiter, ensuring that the proceedings are fair and that the rules of evidence and procedure are adhered to. The prosecution and defense are responsible for presenting their respective cases, with the prosecution bearing the burden of proving the accused's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. The police play a primary role in investigating crimes and compiling evidence, which is then handed over to the prosecution to decide on charges and initiate proceedings. In court, the trial is conducted as a contest between the prosecution and defense, with both parties leading their own witnesses and cross-examining those of the opposition. This adversarial process relies heavily on the competence of both parties to present coherent and well-prepared cases. Then there's the case, which I will skip over for now. The accusatorial nature of the system is further reinforced by provisions such as Section 115 of the Criminal Procedure Act 51 of 1977, which allows an accused to plead not guilty and require the prosecution to prove its case, and Section 1112, which permits a guilty plea without judicial interrogation in minor cases. Then, SA criminal procedure also incorporates certain inquisitorial elements, particularly in specific circumstances where the judge may take a more active role. For instance, under Section 115, when an accused pleads not guilty, the judge may question the accused to clarify their plea or elicit further information. Similarly, under Section 1112, the judge may question an accused who has pleaded guilty to ensure that the plea is informed and voluntary, particularly in more serious cases. These provisions reflect a limited inquisitorial approach, where the judge assumes a more proactive role in uncovering the truth. Nevertheless, the system remains fundamentally accusatorial, as the judge's role is generally confined to ensuring procedural fairness rather than actively investigating the case. The balance between these two procedural traditions is evident in the way SA courts operate, with the accusatorial framework providing the foundation, while allowing for judicial intervention in specific contexts to safeguard the integrity of the process. This hybrid approach ensures that the system remains flexible and responsive to the demands of justice, as outlined in the Criminal Procedure Act and interpreted in case law as such as a case. So, differentiate between the crime control module and the due process module. The crime control module is based on the proposition that the repression of criminal conduct is by far the most important function to be performed with the criminal process. And the due process module is based on the principle that the primary function or goal of a criminal justice system is not merely to secure a conviction and sentence, but to ensure that such results are achieved in terms of rules which duly and properly acknowledge the rights of an individual at every critical stage during pre-arrest investigation and pre-trial, trial, and post-trial proceedings. Next, articulate the inherent tensions that exist in the administration of criminal justice system, including balancing the interests of victims of crime. The administration of the criminal justice system is fraught with inherent tensions that require a delicate balance between competing interests and values. One key tension arises from the need to protect innocent individuals who may be drawn into the system, particularly during the pre-trial investigative phase, while simultaneously ensuring effective crime control. This balance is complicated by the risk that measures designed to prevent wrongful convictions may result in the acquittal of the guilty. Another tension exists between the state's need for sufficient powers to enforce criminal law and the protection of individual rights to prevent pirating. Criminal procedural rules must therefore be authorized and limit state power, such as police authority to arrest, ensuring that fundamental rights like liberty, dignity, and bodily integrity are safeguarded. Additionally, the system must navigate the conflict between the rights of the accused and the interests of victims, recognizing that not all accused are guilty and not all victims are genuine until proven so in court. A further tension emerges at the trial level regarding the admissibility of evidence obtained unconstitutionally. While reliable and incriminating evidence may advance the pursuit of factual guilt, admitting such evidence risks condoning state misconduct and undermining fundamental rights. Section 35, subsection 5 of the Constitution addresses this by mandating the exclusion of evidence obtained in violation of the Bill of Rights, if its admission would render the trial unfair or harm the administration of justice, as illustrated in this case. These tensions underscore the complexity of designing a criminal justice system that is both fair and effective, balancing due process, crime control, and the rights of all parties involved. Explain the role of the Bill of Rights in criminal procedure. The Bill of Rights, enshrined in Chapter 2 of the Constitution of the Republic of SA, 1996, Section 7 to 39, plays a pivotal role in shaping criminal procedure by safeguarding fundamental rights and ensuring a balance between state power and individual liberties. Section 7 establishes the Bill of Rights as a cornerstone of democracy, imposing a positive duty on the state to respect, protect, promote, and fulfill these rights, which extend to both the accused and victims. This is evident in cases like this one, where the Constitutional Court emphasized the state's obligation to protect constitutional rights through policing and prosecuting crimes. Yeah. Sections 9 to 35. Oh my god, enumerate? What is enumerate? Hang on, I gotta get rid of my Sonic the Hedgehog tabs real quick. Define enumerate. What does that mean? A formal? Mention a number of things one by one. There is not space to enumerate all of his works. Formal? What? I still don't understand. Mention a number of things one by one. Okay, that's not helpful, but sure. Okay. Sections 9 to 35 enumerate specific rights, including equality, privacy, and the rights of arrested, detained, and accused persons, which is central to fair criminal proceedings. Section 36, the Limitation Clause, allows for the restriction of these rights only if such limitations are reasonable and justifiable in an open and democratic society, ensuring that rights like privacy can be balanced against the needs of criminal investigations, such as search and seizure. No. Wait. Seize? How do you say that? It's not a siege, like seizure, like, you know, somebody is having a seizure. It's like, I am seizing this object. I don't know if that's spelled correctly, but It's there. Section 37 permits derogation from certain rights during a state of... What the fuck is... Define. Do you mean like when you delegate? Like when you delegate a task? An exemption from or relaxation of rule of law. You pronounced it correctly? Oh, thank God. I was like, huh? Derogation. The exemption from or relaxation of a rule of law. Okay. Where is... I need to read it in the context again. Section 37 permits derogation, like relaxation, from certain rights during a state of emergency, but non-derogable rights, such as human dignity and life, remain inviolable. I'm assuming you can't violate them, even during a state of emergency. Additionally, Sections 38 and 39 provide mechanisms for enforcing these rights and guide courts in interpreting the Bill of Rights in a manner that promotes democratic values, human dignity, and international law. Thus, the Bill of Rights not only protects individuals from state overreach, but also ensures that criminal procedure aligns with constitutional principles, requiring legal practitioners to be well-versed in both criminal and constitutional law. Then, explain justiciability. Justiciability refers to the principle that constitutional provisions, including the Bill of Rights, must be capable of being interpreted and enforced by courts to ensure their practical application. In SA, the Constitution is the supreme law, Section 2, and any legislation or conduct inconsistent with it can be declared null and void for inconstitutionality. The Bill of Rights, as outlined in Chapter 2 of the Constitution, operates as a protective umbrella over all areas of law and state action, binding the legislature, executive, judiciary, and all organs of state, Section 8, subsection 1. This ensures that fundamental rights are enforceable against state power, particularly in criminal procedure, where the state's authority is often pitted against individual liberties. The principle of justiciability is crucial because constitutions and bills of rights are not self-executing. They require authoritative interpretation by an independent judiciary. Then there's a case law, which I will be ignoring until the end. Identify the relevant sections of the Bill of Rights that impact on criminal procedure. Several sections of the Bill of Rights in Chapter 2 of the SA Constitution significantly impact criminal procedure, ensuring the protection of fundamental rights during the administration of justice. Section 7 establishes the Bill of Rights as a cornerstone of democracy and imposes a positive duty on the state to respect, promote, protect, and fulfill these rights, which include the rights of both the accused and victims, as highlighted in cases like that, this one here. Section 8 regulates the application of the Bill of Rights, ensuring it binds all state organs and, under certain conditions, private individuals. Horizontal application. Sections 9 to 35 enumerate... Didn't we just read this? No, we didn't, because there's big words here that I haven't said yet. Sections 9 to 35 enumerate specific rights, with Section 35 being particularly crucial for criminal procedure. Section 35 guarantees the rights of arrested, detained, and accused persons, including the right to a fair trial, which encompasses more than the specific rights listed in Section 35, subsection 3A to O, as confirmed in this case. This section ensures that trials are conducted with basic fairness and justice, requiring courts to uphold these principles. Section 36, the Limitation Clause, allows for the restriction of rights only if such limitations are reasonable and justifiable in an open and democratic society, balancing individual rights with state interests, such as in cases involving search and seizure, the other kind of seizure? Oh, I forget it. Section 37 permits derogation from certain rights during a state of emergency, but non-derogable rights such as human... Yeah, we read that. Section 38 provides locus standi for individuals or groups to challenge violations of fundamental rights. Locus standi, by the way, is... how do I explain this? Like a footing, like you have the right to approach the court, like you have standing to approach the court for it. Like there's a reason. You have a pedestal to approach the court. I don't know how to explain it. I just remember somebody asking in the lecture and a lecturer explaining it. I'm so sorry to that lecturer. It's okay. Nobody knows who she is. She's fine. She's my favorite anyway. It's okay. Section Section 38 provides locus standi for individuals or groups to challenge violations of fundamental rights, while Section 39 guides courts in interpreting the Bill of Rights in a manner that promotes democratic values, human dignity, and international law. Together, these sections ensure that criminal procedure aligns with constitutional principles, safeguarding individual rights while allowing for necessary limitations in the interest of justice. Okay. Explain how the right to a fair trial, presumption of innocence, and the right to silence plays a role in criminal procedure. The right to a fair trial, the presumption of innocence, and the right to silence are foundational principles in criminal procedure, ensuring that suspects and accused persons are treated justly. The presumption of innocence, a cornerstone of the rule of law, dictates that every person is considered innocent until proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt in a properly conducted trial. This principle places the burden of proof entirely on the prosecution, requiring them to prove every element of the alleged crime through admissible evidence. The accused is not obligated to prove their innocence and can raise reasonable doubt through cross-examination, objections to evidence, or presenting their own testimony or witnesses. If the prosecution fails to meet this high standard of proof, the accused must be acquitted, even if their version of events seems less probable. The right to a fair trial, as enshrined in Section 35 of the Constitution, encompasses more than just the specific procedural rights listed. It requires that trials be conducted with basic fairness and justice, as highlighted in cases like that case that you see in front of you. The right to silence further protects the accused from self-incrimination, allowing them to remain silent without any adverse inference being drawn. These principles collectively safeguard individuals from wrongful conviction, uphold the integrity of the legal system, and ensure that even in cases of serious crimes, constitutional protections remain paramount, as emphasized in that case. Thus, they balance the state's interest in prosecuting crime with the protection of individual rights. Then, they identify the various sources of criminal procedure. Thank God this is much easier to see than the last bunch. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's 6. Okay, 6. I like to number them because then I can remember how many there are and I can take them off, So there's 6 sources. The Constitution, Criminal Procedure Act 51 of 1977, the Child Justice Act 75 of 2008, various other statutes, case law, and common law. Then it says, explain the remedies that are available to suspects and accused persons. Oh my gosh, how do I say that? Right? So the first one is right of habeas corpus. I don't know how to say that. Interdictum de liberio hominem. What? Latin. That thing. And it says, a court order requiring the production of a detainee to review the lawfulness of their detention and can be sought urgently, often resolved within hours, to secure release from unlawful detention. 2. Civil action for damages. A delictual claim for compensation for harm suffered due to wrongful arrest, detention, or physical injury caused by unlawful state action. 3. Interdict. A court order prohibiting unlawful actions by state officials, example, preventing from the unlawful detention or abuse. 4. Mandamus? Is that how you say it? I hope it is. Mandamus. A court order compelling state officials to perform their legal duties. Example, providing an accused with proper charge particulars. 5. Exclusionary rule. Evidence obtained unlawfully, example through illegal searches, torture, denial of rights, may be excluded if its admission would render the trial unfair or harm the administration of justice. It is aimed at upholding the principle of legality and deterring unlawful police conduct. 6. Informal remedies. Resisting unlawful arrest or escaping from unlawful custody, though risky in practice. Constitutional mechanisms. So, Section 38 of the Constitution allows individuals or groups to approach courts for relief if their rights are infringed or threatened. Chapter 9, Institutions. Bodies like the Public Protector and Human Rights Commission provide oversight and support for human rights. non-governmental organizations, NGOs, offer assistance and advocacy for individuals facing rights violations. 8. Judicial criticism and disciplinary measures. Why did my music? Oh no, there it is. 8 is judicial criticism and disciplinary measures. Courts may criticize unlawful police actions, and internal disciplinary measures can be taken against offending officers. 9. Public and media pressure. Newspaper reporting, editorial comment, and public protest can highlight and deter unlawful state actions. And then it says, these remedies collectively ensure that suspects and accused persons are protected from unlawful state actions, upholding the rule of law and constitutional rights. And that is the end of Learning Unit 1, apparently, in these slides, which is crazy. That's so short that it's making me nervous, but it's fine. I'm gonna grab something to eat real quick, and then we'll start Learning Unit 2. I think at the end of all of them, I'll go over the cases and everything. But for now, I'll just do like the notes. I'm scared, guys. God, why did I leave this so late? It's fine. We move. It's okay. Okay, I'm just gonna grab some water real quick. I'll be back in 1 second. Okay, I'm here. I'm back. I have my last little cheese bite with me. Um, for some energy, Kenergy. I love that movie. Um, so I'm gonna savor him, and we're gonna start letting Unit 2. I'm like actively talking on the group chat right now, and everyone's like really scared because everyone's laughing and saying you put so much effort into labor law, and nobody was thinking of criminal, and now everyone's like, oh god. So that's not scary, but it's fine. And then I did get confirmation where the notes were from, so I feel better. Yeah, okay, let's do this shit. Oh my gosh. Okay. Okay, where is my phone charger? There we go. Okay. So we're gonna do learning unit 2 now. Did I finally fix this error that I had since we started streaming? I'm free, not really. RIP. Couldn't be. No, it is me. I fucked up my files and I still haven't gotten it fixed. I really need to get it fixed. It's really freaky. Like, I haven't had time to game, but it's just freaking me out. Like, it's in the back of my mind knowing that even if I wanted to game, like, The Sims or Dragon Age, I can't. So I need to get it fixed. Hopefully this weekend. My plan is this weekend, to go to the guy and get it fixed. But I don't know. I might have to be covering a shift again. I really hope not. Okay, so learning unit 2. What was I was gonna say something. I can't remember. They're so short. Like, yesterday was 5 hours, but granted, those were my own notes and the textbook. This has been like 2 hours of yapping and then half an hour of studying. Like, I don't know. I'm gonna finish all the notes that were sent on the group and then do the case law. And then maybe stick around and just do the textbook and just like maybe not actively read it for the study group, but just for myself to make me feel better. Okay, so let's do learning unit 2. If it'll load, that would be incredible. There she is. Okay, we are learning unit. So the issue with meeting someone that hasn't had social media for a long time, I have to go through my followers and following and clear shit out soon. Such a monumental task. Oh my gosh, girl. I was also an early internet user. Like, we didn't have TV when I was like, when I was really young we did, but then shit happened and we couldn't afford TV anymore. And I started at this new school at the time too, and I remember making friends with this girl. She was like fucking cooked, but like she introduced me to YouTube. And my very first, and I can remember this so clearly, my very first YouTuber ever that I watched was Dan TDM, and it was the Secret Rooms mod. That is the very first thing I ever watched. I wasn't allowed social media to the point like that. I wasn't allowed to post myself for years. Like online. Like, I wasn't even allowed a private Instagram account for a long time. I think I must have been like 13 or 15. I was about to say I don't know how I'll even tackle YouTube. Yo, bro, it's literally raised me. I'm not even gonna lie. Yeah, but I wasn't allowed to post myself for a long time online. And then obviously I've got a private account on Instagram, but that's just my private account. And that's just like friends and people I know in real life. And then I did have another one. I don't really use it anymore much though. And I was like online friends and stuff. Do I follow people I don't watch anymore, like Dan TDM, or do I remove them? I still watch Dan. Sometimes I still follow people I don't watch, but like my biggest like sadness about a YouTuber, like, I don't even know if you're gonna know who this is. LMAO? I don't know if you'll know who that is. But I used to watch her like religiously when I was younger. And then she started doing like more kid content, and I kind of like just stopped watching her. I felt really bad about unsubscribing and everything. Yeah, LMAO. And wait, do you know her? Oh my god, shut up. Dude, we have so much. Dude, did we just become best friends? Did we just become best friends? Be so serious right now. Dude, I loved LMAO when I was younger. I didn't until like when was the last time she posted one of the new diaries? Oh yeah, I used to watch her a lot too. Then it got a little too childish. Yeah, all of the mini games, like she did a diaries revival series and then stopped posting that, started doing weird mini games, and that's when I stopped watching her. But I will say, because listen, I'm not saying they're bad people. I love LMAO. Every now and again I go back and I'm like, oh wow, like my favorite couple from my street was Zayn and Kawaii-chan. I fucking hated Aaron. Well, I can't hate is such a strong word. I didn't really care about anybody else. Like any of the other couples, I didn't care. Like Caitlyn and Travis and like LMAO and Aaron, I didn't care. I just loved Zayn and Kawaii-chan. I've had from the very first season of My Street. I've always wanted them to be together. And it took like fucking 7 seasons and like how many years that it happened, and I was so happy. I had a crush on Aaron. Really? No, I had a crush on Lawrence. And then he just never showed up again. He just like fucked off. And I was like, you're kidding. Like Zayn is like my bestie. Zayn would be my bestie. Lawrence was my babe. I loved Lawrence. It's such a crush on him. Loved Lawrence. But I will say, looking back, it was like, oh, Gareth was cool. I liked Gareth too. But they made him like increasingly more dumb. He kind of had the Thor effect. Like the further along in My Street he went, the dumber he got, and I was like, I still loved him, but like, you know. I will say though, looking back now as somebody who is, well, okay, listen, I don't like saying I'm an adult. Like, I'm barely an adult, okay? But looking back, especially at the high school series, you know, when she did Phoenix Drop High, it was a little weird because Erin was a senior and LMAO was a freshman. So if you're thinking ages, Erin is like 18, LMAO would be like 13 or 14. Just let that sink in. Like, it's fine in My Street because they're adults in like the My Street series. But in Phoenix Drop High, he's 18 and she's 14. Like as a kid, you don't see it, you know, and like it's not like I mentioned ages or anything. It's just a little like, oh, okay, why would you do that? That was like the only, I'm sure there's a lot that I'm forgetting that was a bit like, whoa, but like, I mean, that was like probably the weirdest thing that I can remember coming from that series. Yeah, they addressed that because she had met and lied to him about her age for a bit, and they grew up and it was discussed. Oh, no. Wait, like the My Street series or real life? Because they're married in real life. Because real life is crazy. That's crazy. If he knew her from 14. Please don't say he knew her from 14. Even if she lied. No! I need a moment. There's no way. I don't know how to feel about that. I don't. I know she lied about her age, but technically speaking, no. I loved Jason, LMAO's husband. I loved him. That's really weird. Oh my gosh. Like when they're adults, it's fine, but she was like 14. No, girl. Girl! No. I mean, it was probably a hard point in their relationship. Yeah, are you kidding me? Imagine you're dating someone and they're like, just by the way, I'm actually like 4 years younger than I said I was. Dude, especially if you're an adult and the person's like, by the way, I'm a minor. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm not saying anything about either of them. Like, I'm not gonna be like, hey, like, you know, PDF file. Like, I don't know enough. I just thought that was like the only thing that I was like, that's really weird. Like, to advertise that to like, I mean, let's be so real. The market audience was like young people. Like, it's just a bit weird to market that to kids, but that was like the only big thing I could like remember being weirded out about. I like to assume he was torn up about it and they stopped dating for a long bit till they were both over 18, but still. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not gonna. There's not enough information out there as to what happened, but I think it's the only thing that I go, okay, it's a bit weird. It's a little weird, but it's fine. Well, it's not fine, but you know, it's a bit weird. But I mean, yeah, I loved App when I was a kid, and then I'm just disappointed as well. Yeah, moving on. It's just like, I loved her like a lot. Like, I don't know why lately I just went back and I watched a lot of some of the older mini games with Zayn and Kawaii-chan. Um, like like it's a bit harder for me to get through because it's all improv, you know, the mini games when they're acting in character. So sometimes it's like a bit hard to watch, but I still like them and stuff, and like I love Zayn and Kawaii-chan. So, you know, every now and then I go, I'm like, oh, I miss like the two of them, you know. And if she like redid like Diaries or My Street, I probably would watch it. I just don't know if I can subscribe to her again. Not because of like the weird stuff. Because again, there's not enough info on all of that to like say anything major. It's just very child content now that I just don't care for. I still enjoy them now. And they still like Afma's FNF Hide and Seek. Me too. I love watching her old ones with like Lizzie and Yami and stuff, and Stacey Plays. I still watch LD Shadow Lady. She was like the first. Her and Dan TDA were like my first YouTubers I subscribed to. I still watch both of them. Yeah, I watched some of the old stuff, but yeah, AFMAO was like the big one that I unsubscribed from that made me really sad to unsubscribe from. But a lot of the people that I watched when I was like, I know it sounds weird, but a lot of people that I watched when I was like 12, I still watch. Shadow Lee's still my ride. Oh yeah, definitely. I'm really excited for more of her Misadventure series because she made that server herself, so I'm really excited for that. I do watch a lot more Joel now than I did as a kid. I really love his Hermitcraft series, obviously. And then I was really, really happy when he won Wildlife, like the series. I was so happy. He really deserved that win. I started watching that yesterday. You should, I don't know if you watched the live series. It's so good. He won Wildlife. I was so like impressed with him. So I'm just waiting for all of the animators to make cool animations of him winning. But yeah, I mostly Joel was my most watched content creator last year. Still watch Dan to the M. He's bringing back Diamond Dimensions. I don't know if you ever watched that. Have you like Wells Nights Hermitcraft playthroughs? Oh, I don't know Wells Nights. The only Hermitcraft player I watch is Joel. I wasn't into Hermitcraft before Joel joined, but I do know the people in some of the people in Hermitcraft. I just don't really watch it. But yeah, Joel's my most watched. Dan is bringing back Diamond Dimensions, which I'm really excited about. So I've been rewatching those. Lizzie, obviously she's got Misadventures, so does Joel. I'm gonna go eat. Good luck with Criminal. Oh, bye, Ruby. Have a nice meal. Yeah, did you watch Cupcake's Oasis series? I watched Lizzie's Oasis series. I didn't watch Cupcake's. I watched Lizzie's way back in the day. I started watching Lizzie during her Shadowcraft era. I'm like one of the, I think I was like 10 years old at the time, so 2014, 2013, around there. I started watching her. That was, I think it was Shadowcraft 1 or Shadowcraft 2.0 I started watching. So it's an OG lol. Yeah, I'm old now. Yeah, no. It's crazy to think about because like Lizzie started her channel when she was my age now. Like she was my age when she started YouTube. So it's weird to think like I'm her age. When like I was watching her when she was my like the age I am currently is when I was. Do you know what I'm saying? I wish it just before she started Crazy Craft. Crazy Craft, I loved Crazy Craft. It's one of my favorite like series of hers. I love that series so much. Um, yeah, no, I love Lizzie. Dan's great. Joel's great. Who else I watch a lot of Sims. Vixella, I watch. Little Simsy. So go back and watch it. Oh no, me too. That and One Life. I enjoyed One Life a lot as well. Vixella, Little Simsy. Let me pull up my YouTube and I can tell you like I'm supposed to be learning it into. It's whatever. I'll do it now. Subscriptions. Yeah. Oh, and then I watch a lot of video essay content. When I say video, not video essays, like commentary YouTubers. I watch like Danny Gonzalez, Curtis Connor. Swoop. Swoop is good. She does like documentary types. Yeah. Successfully distracted you again? Yeah, it's bad. Okay, no. I need to lock it again. They're not that long. I'm just lazy and bored and hate this module, so I'm trying to avoid it. I watch a lot of analysis and commentary stuff too. Yeah, I enjoy that stuff a lot, but sometimes it gets a bit heavy, so I have to like take a break. But like the Minecraft YouTubers I watch, generally whenever they post, I watch that video. Like, I think they've just been around for so long for me that I love that. The one thing I didn't get into was like the Dream SMP. I only ever watched Technoblade play Skyblocks, and then I would sometimes tune into his Dream SMP streams. And then I also enjoyed Ranvu for a while, but I didn't watch him too much, or them too much. It was mostly Techno. His Skyblock series I still watch quite often. I never trusted the SMP stuff. I just never got into them. My good friend, like my best friend, was into Sapnap and stuff like that. But I just didn't really like. I enjoyed like Philza and Techno, but I never got into like George or Dream or any of them. I only watched bits and pieces of Techno. Techno's really good. You should watch his Skyblock series. It's really funny. Yeah, but Dream SMP I never got super into. I just watched a lot from Techno's perspective, and I had no fucking clue what was going on. I just liked watching him live. But his Skyblock series is fun. I watched that one a lot. Yeah, I don't know. I just never got into the Dream SMP. I didn't like Dream because he used to annoy me. But like George and them were fine. I just didn't enjoy the content that much. Like, I mean, we were just talking about Aftermath and stuff. I'm more into that sort of like, not to say family friendly because that's not it, but it's more like, I don't know. I just I like the Life series and Homecraft and like stuff like that. I never got the Dream hype, and I'm so proud of it. No, same. I'm really glad I didn't get into him. Like, I feel like validated now because I didn't like him, and now I feel validated. But yeah, I never got into really any of them, and then everything hit the fan, and then the only ones I sort of sometimes I see Tommy in it posting every now and again, and like he's funny. I can't watch him too much because sometimes he can be a bit like much, and that's coming from me, and I know that's really mean to say, but I don't know. He's nice. I like his stuff. It's just a lot. Nothing better than hitting a bitch and being proven right later on. Oh yeah. Sometimes I watch like a Tommy video here and there. Ranboo I used to watch a lot, but I don't really anymore much because they mostly just stream now. And I don't know, they just stream really often, and it kind of feels overwhelming for me. So then I don't end up watching any of them. I'm still subscribed to them, I just don't watch them. Phil's I also never watched. Like Sapnap, Carl, George, I never watched either. Yeah, I just never watched any of them really. Who else was in the SMP? Yeah, I just didn't really like. And then they like, I know this is gonna sound really mean, but they kind of encroached on like Lizzie and like Jill and like all of those like YouTubers. And like in order to, sorry if you can hear my dog. He's like my dad just got home and I have to go say hi to him, but like they kind of encroached on like my side of the Minecraft community, and I was like, whoa, back up, keep to your SMP, okay? Like, okay, wait, I'll be back in a sec. I just want to go say hi. Okay, I mean, this is which isn't too bad, but still get on your own side of YouTube. And this is for my girl, always telling their husband. Yeah, I didn't think that their side of YouTube and our side clicked that well. It felt really like awkward to watch them interact sometimes, and I was like, yeah, I don't know. And then like MCC as well, they eventually, with dreams and stuff, they made it like so not unplayable for the other players. Like it's not their fault they're good at their game. It's just like painful sometimes to like go watch old VODs and like see like, oh, it's the dream team and they first place every single like MCC and like they're invited to every single one because it's dream, like, you know. So it felt like a clashing of hyper child content and storyline child content. Yeah, I don't know. It was, yeah, it just wasn't, I didn't keep up with like the lore and stuff. So I don't know. It just wasn't my thing. I just watched Techno and sometimes Ranboo. And then, you know, after Techno Park, I just didn't watch any of them except Techno. But yeah, that was kind of the only ones I watched. But yeah, I grew up on YouTube, love my YouTubers, still watch them all the time. I'm currently watching Little Simsies Legacy Challenge. There's like 200 and something like videos on it, which makes me very happy. I love long like a lot of content from a creator I like. But anyway. Okay, I gotta dip for a bit, and now you'll have no choice but to study, but I shall have back. Okay, I was about to say, I need to read this, like... Okay, I'll see you just now. Bye! Okay, back studying though. So, learning unit 2, okay. So, name the various types of courts. There are 5. So, the Constitutional Court, the Supreme Court of Appeal, the High Court, the Magistrates Court, and the Traditional Courts. Then it says, distinguish the superior courts from the lower courts. The superior courts and lower courts in SA differ significantly in their composition, jurisdiction, and functions. The superior courts include the Constitutional Court, the Supreme Court of Appeal, and the High Courts. The Constitutional Court, the highest court, has exclusive jurisdiction over constitutional matters, including disputes between state organs. The constitutionality of legislation and amendments to the Constitution. It also confirms orders of invalidity made by other courts. Oops. The Supreme Court of Appeal primarily handles appeals from the High Courts and has the authority to develop common law, while the High Courts have both original and appellate. Is that supposed to be appellate? Appellate jurisdiction, including the power to review lower court decisions and deciding constitutional matters. In contrast, lower courts such as magistrates' courts, district and regional courts, handle less complex criminal and civil matters and do not have jurisdiction over constitutional issues. They operate under the Magistrates' Courts Act and are limited to their territorial jurisdiction. Lower courts cannot rule on the constitutionality of legislation or conduct, but may grant leave to appeal to higher courts. Additionally, periodical courts and potential traditional courts fall under the lower court system with limited jurisdiction and functions compared to the superior courts. Superior courts are characterized by their broader jurisdiction, ability to handle constitutional matters, and appellate functions, while lower courts focus on routine, legal matters within their prescribed limits. Then, summarize the jurisdiction and composition of the superior and lower courts. So it says, 1. The Constitutional Court, the composition. Highest court in SA. It consists of the Chief Justice, Deputy Chief Justice, and 9 other judges. So the matter is heard by at least 8 judges. Then the jurisdiction, final authority on constitutional matters. Decides on constitutionality of laws, presidential conduct, and disputes between state organs. Confirms orders of invalidity from lower courts. Exclusive jurisdiction of disputes between state organs. Constitutionality of parliamentary or provincial bills. Amendments to the Constitution. And failures by Parliament or the President to fulfill constitutional obligations. And lastly, it grants leave to appeal on matters of general public importance. Then second is the Supreme Court of Appeal. So the composition, it's based in, I'm not going to say that because that would be telling where we are, but it's based in that place. It consists of the President, Deputy President, and other judges, and typically hears cases with 5 judges, but can have more for significant matters. Its jurisdiction, appellate jurisdiction, appellate jurisdiction only, no original jurisdiction. Decides appeals from high courts, can rule on constitutionality of laws or presidential conduct, but orders must be confirmed by the Constitutional Court. Develops common law in line with the constitutional values, and resolves conflicting legal decisions referred by the Minister of Justice. High Court of SA. So the composition is divided into provincial and local divisions. Each division has a judge president, deputy judges president, and other judges. Cases heard by a single judge or a full bench of 3 judges for appeals. Jurisdiction. Original jurisdiction over serious criminal and civil matters. Appellate and review jurisdiction over lower courts. Can decide on constitutionality of laws and develop common law. And circuit courts established for remote areas. 4. Lower courts. The magistrates' courts. The composition is district courts and regional courts and periodical courts for remote areas. Jurisdiction. No authority to rule on constitutionality. Handle less serious criminal... Sorry, there's a mosquito. And he's eating me! I don't know where he went. Handle less serious criminal and civil matters. Regional courts deal with more serious offenses. No appeal and jurisdiction, except for appeals against traditional leaders' decisions. Then there's the traditional courts. Jurisdiction over offenses under traditional law customs within specific communities. Then it says, explain the jurisdiction of the criminal court with reference to jurisdiction in respect of offences committed within SA. Offences committed outside SA, sentencing, validity of laws, and conduct of the president. So, 1. Jurisdiction in respect of offences, the High Court. Original jurisdiction over all offences. Oh, sorry, I need to sip up some water. Okay. Stupid mosquito. Come here. Here we go. I didn't get him, but I nearly got him. It's chewing me from like the behind the shoulder. Bitch. Okay. The High Court, original jurisdiction over all offences. The District Courts, jurisdiction over all crimes except I'm just gonna say these things, guys. Treason, murder, rape, and compelled rape. I'm saying that you guys know what it is, but yeah. May try some serious offenses against the state. I'm still getting eaten here. Regional courts. Jurisdiction over all crimes except treason and can try murder and rape. Jurisdiction in respect of offences committed within the Republic. So the High Court, original jurisdiction over offences committed within their respective areas. The extended jurisdiction, so they can enforce suspended sentences imposed by other courts. Specific statutes may deem offences to have been committed where the accused is found. The National Director of Public Prosecutions, the NDPP, can direct trials to be held in another jurisdiction. So then, district and regional courts, summary trials. Jurisdiction over offences committed within their district or regional division. Who is making noise? Oh, it's a cat. She's knocking stuff over. Extended by the 4-kilometre rule. Offences committed within 4 kilometres beyond the boundary. Offences on vessels or vehicles partially within 4 kilometres. Offences on rivers or territorial waters adjoining the districts. Offences begun or completed within the district. Can try offences where it is uncertain which jurisdiction the offence was committed, and can try offences where any element of the crime occurred with their jurisdiction. Can try theft, kidnapping, or abduction cases where property or the victim is found within their jurisdiction. Oh gosh, preparatory examinations, there we go. Conducted where the offence was allegedly committed. The NDPP can direct examinations to be held in another jurisdiction for convenience or public order. Then 3, jurisdiction in respect of offences committed outside SA. General principle. SA courts have jurisdiction over offences committed within SA territory only. Exceptions being high treason committed by SA citizens abroad, international crimes like genocide, crimes against humanity, and war crimes under the Rome Statute. My throat. Trafficking of persons, I thought that said extraterrestrial. I was like, whoa, okay. Extraterritorial jurisdiction under the Prevention and Combating of Trafficking in Persons Act. Theft. Continuing offence if the stolen property is brought into SA. Offences on ships and aircrafts. SA ships or aircraft anywhere in the world, or offences in territorial waters or by SA citizens on foreign ships or aircraft. Offences in Antarctica, deemed to be within the jurisdiction of us. I know, that's so weird, like, that we have jurisdiction over Antarctica. It's really weird. Extraterritorial jurisdiction, offences committed by SA citizens or residents abroad under specific statutes. Example, Prevention of Torture Act, Corruption Act, Electronic Communications Act. Then 4, jurisdiction with regard to sentencing. The High Court can impose life imprisonment, periodical imprisonment, fines, correctional supervision, and declaration as a habitual criminal. The regional courts can impose imprisonment up to 15 years, fines up to around 600. Oh my gosh, why can't I read this? Hang on. I need somebody else to sing this to me. I suck at this. Be a sec. How do I do this? Guys, it's not that deep. I just want somebody to say that out loud. There's like, why is this so difficult? Convert this number to words, calculate. 600,000, thank you, Lord, that's all I wanted to know. Holy shit, thank you, okay. So, regional courts can impose imprisonment up to 15 years, fines up to 600,000 Rand, and other sentences similar to the High Court. Increased jurisdiction for certain offences under the Criminal Law Amendment Act, example, life imprisonment for Schedule 2 offences. District courts can impose imprisonment up to 3 years and fines up to 120,000 Rand, I think that's how you say that, and other sentences like correctional supervision. Increased jurisdiction for specific offences as per statute. Then 5, jurisdiction to pronounce on the validity of laws or conduct of the President, the High Court, can rule on the constitutionality of laws or conduct of the President, and lower courts cannot rule on constitutionality but can assume validity unless challenged. If an accused pleads not guilty based on the invalidity of a law, the case must be referred to the High Court for summary trial. Then, distinguishing a criminal prosecution from a civil action. A criminal prosecution is initiated by the state on behalf of society to punish an individual for violating public laws, as crimes are seen as offences against the public interest. The state acts as the prosecutor, and the outcome may result in the punishment, such as imprisonment, fines, or correctional supervision. The standard of proof in criminal cases is beyond a reasonable doubt, as outlined in the Criminal Procedure Act 51 of 1977. In contrast, a civil action is a private matter between individuals, the plaintiff and defendant, aimed at resolving disputes and obtaining compensation for personal harm or damages, such as economic loss. The standard of proof in civil cases is lower, requiring only a balance of probabilities. Civil remedies include monetary compensation or the return of property governed by civil law principles. Oh goodness, I'm like dehydrated. Okay. Key legislative provisions. Section 332 of the Criminal Procedure Act. A criminal conviction or acquittal does not bar civil action for damages, except where the criminal court has already ordered compensation or the return of property under Sections 300 and 301. Section 300 and 301 allow criminal courts to order compensation or the return of stolen property, preventing double compensation for the same loss. Then it says, explain the constitutional mandate regarding public prosecutions with reference to legislative frameworks that enable the prosecution of crime in SA and the appointment of officials. The Constitution, specifically Section 179, establishes the framework for public prosecutions. It mandates a single national prosecuting authority, the NPA, structured by an act of Parliament to ensure the prosecution of crimes on behalf of the state. The NPA is headed by the National Director of Public Prosecution, the NDPP, appointed by the President, and includes directors of public prosecutions, the DPPs, and prosecutors. The NPA must operate without fear, favor, or prejudice, ensuring independence and fairness in prosecutorial decisions. So, key legislative frameworks include the National Prosecuting Authority Act 32 of 1998. This act gives effect to Section 179 of the Constitution, regulating the NPA structure, functions, and appointment of prosecutors. It repealed the Attorney General Act 92 of 1992, transitioning to the current prosecutorial system. Gosh, I can't catch this frigging mosquito. It's so annoying. Did I step on him? Fuck, I must have. Biting me again. I'm so... Anyway. Prosecution policy. The NDPP, with cabinet concurrence, determines prosecution policy and issues directives to guide prosecutions. The NDPP can intervene in cases where policy is not followed and review decisions to prosecute or not. The professional independence of the NPA is crucial, as highlighted in cases like these two, where undue influence or private funding of prosecutions was found to undermine fairness and impartiality. However, in that other case, private funding was deemed acceptable when it did not compromise the prosecutor's independence or create a perception of bias. In summary, the constitutional mandate ensures that prosecutions are conducted independently, transparently, and in the public interest, supported by legislative frameworks like the NPA Act 32 of 1998. The NDPP and prosecutors are appointed to uphold justice without political or private interference, safeguarding the integrity of the criminal justice system. Discuss the National Prosecuting Authority Act 32 of 1998, with reference to reasons for enactment, professional independence, structure and composition of the NPA, and the power to institute and conduct criminal proceedings. The National Prosecuting Authority Act 32 of 1998 was enacted to establish a single unified prosecuting authority in Italy, replacing the previously fragmented system of independent attorney generals. This act gives effect to Section 179 of the Constitution, ensuring that prosecutions are conducted independently without fear, favor, or prejudice. The NPA is structured to include the National Director of Public Prosecutions, the NDPP, Deputy National Directors, the DNDPPs, Directors of Public Prosecutions, DPPs, Deputy Directors, DDPPs, and Prosecutors. Oh God. The NDPP, appointed by the President, heads the NPA and controls its operations, while the DPPs oversee prosecutions in specific jurisdictions. The NPA has the power to institute and conduct criminal proceedings on behalf of the state, ensuring uniformity and consistency in prosecutorial decisions. The Act also provides for the establishment of investigating directorates. Example, the now defunct Scorpions replaced by the Hawks. To address priority crimes, though the Hawks operate under the SA Police Service rather than the NPA. The Act emphasizes professional independence, ensuring that prosecutions are free from political interference, as reinforced by constitutional court rulings like that one and the other one. This framework ensures that the NPA operates as a transparent, independent body, upholding the rule of law and public trust in the criminal justice system. Oh gosh, my throat. Okay. Distinguish between the National Director of Public Prosecutions and Deputy National Director of Public Prosecutions in terms of powers, functions, duties, ministerial responsibility over the prosecuting authority, and written authorization for certain offenses. The National Director of Public Prosecutions, the NDPP, is the head of the National Prosecuting Authority, NPA, appointed by the President and exercises overall control of prosecutions. The NDPP determines prosecution policy, issues policy directives, and has the power to intervene in prosecutions or review decisions to prosecute or not. The NDPP also ensures that prosecutions are conducted without fear, favor, or prejudice, in line with Section 179 of the Constitution. The Deputy National Directors of Public Prosecutions, the DNDPPs, of whom there are no more than 4, assist the NDPP and act under their direction. While the DNDPPs... Oh, who's here? Oh, it's my cat! Hi, Miss. Hello. What you doing, beautiful? Gorgeous girl. What was I saying? While the DNDPPs have significant authority, they do not have the same overarching powers as the NDPP. They support the NDPP in managing the NPA and may oversee specific functions or directorates, such as investigating directorates or special directors, but their actions are subject to the NDPP's control. Both the NDPP and the DNDPPs operate under the ministerial responsibility of the Minister of Justice, who exercises final oversight over the NPA. However, The NDPP holds the primary responsibility for ensuring the NPA's independence and adherence to the constitutional mandates. Certain offences, such as those under the Rome Statute or Prevention of Organised Crime Act, require written authorization from the NDPP or a DPP to prosecute, ensuring accountability and consistency in high-profile or complex cases. Then, explain the difference between a Director of Public Prosecutions and a prosecutor in terms of powers, duties, and functions. Oh my gosh. The Director of Public Prosecutions, the DPP, and prosecutor have distinct roles within the National Prosecuting Authority, the NPA. The DPPP, oh my gosh, oh, I caught it! I caught the mosquito. What a little shit. Ew. Gross. The DPP is a senior official appointed by the President, responsible for overseeing prosecutions in a specific jurisdiction, typically at the seat of High Court. The DPP has the authority to institute and conduct criminal proceedings, supervise and direct the work of Deputy Directors of Public Prosecutions, the DDPPs, and prosecutors, and coordinate investigations. The DPP also ensures compliance with prosecution policies and directives issued by the National Director of Public Prosecutions, the NDPP. The DPP is accountable to the NDPP and must submit annual reports on prosecutorial activities. In contrast, a prosecutor is a lower-ranking official appointed to handle day-to-day prosecutions in court, including lower courts. Prosecutors exercise powers and perform functions assigned by the DPP, or the head of their office. Their duties include conducting trials, presenting evidence, and ensuring fair proceedings. While prosecutors act under the supervision and direction of the DPP, they do not have the same level of policy-making authority or oversight responsibilities. Both roles are crucial to the NPA, but the DPP operates at a strategic level, while prosecutors focus on the operational execution of prosecutions. Oh my god, that was so... all of those PPs! Dude! They all sound the fucking same! Okay. Discuss the prosecution of crime with reference to the police and the prosecution of crime. The prosecution as dominus litis, discretion to prosecute. Prescription, it's another one. Prescription of the right to prosecute and prosecution and legal ethics. The prosecution of crime involves several key principles and rules. The police play a crucial role in investigating crimes and gathering evidence, which forms the basis for prosecutions. However, the prosecuting authority, the National Prosecuting Authority, NPA, is the dominus litis, master of the case, meaning it has the discretion to decide whether to prosecute based on the evidence in public interest. This discretion is not absolute and can be reviewed by courts if exercised improperly, such as in cases of malo fide, bad faith, ulterior motives, or irrationality. Courts generally do not interfere with prosecutorial decisions, unless there is a clear abuse of power or violation of constitutional principles like equality before the law. The right to prosecute is subject to prescription, meaning it must be exercised within a legally defined time frame. Prosecutors must adhere to legal ethics, ensuring fairness, objectivity, and respect for the rights of the accused. While courts rarely interfere with prosecutorial discretion, they may impose lenient sentences or acquit accused persons in cases deemed trivial, de minimis non-current lex. However, courts can review decisions to prosecute or not on administrative law grounds, ensuring accountability and legality in the prosecutorial process. This balance ensures that prosecutions are conducted fairly and in the public interest. Discuss diversion of criminal prosecutions and circumstances under which it will occur. Diversion of criminal prosecutions refers to the process of redirecting certain cases away from the formal criminal justice system, particularly for less serious offences or where it is in the interest of justice to do so. This is often applied in cases involving juveniles, first-time offenders, minor offences, with the aim of rehabilitation and restorative justice rather than punishment. Diversion can occur under specific legal legislative frameworks, such as the Child Justice Act 75 of 2008 in South Africa, which I just said. It's fine. Who's gonna watch this other than the study group and like 2 people from my gaming committee? Like, please. Which provides for diversion options for children in conflict with the law. The constitutional provisions, section 179 of the Constitution, establish the National Prosecuting Authority, NPA, as the body responsible for instituting criminal proceedings. The NPA must act without fear, favor, or prejudice, and its decisions are guided by prosecution policy and directives. Diversion is often exercised in line with these policies, particularly where public interest or the circumstances for the offender warrant an alternative to formal prosecution. For example, in cases involving children, the NPA may opt for diversion if it is in the best interest of the child and the offence's minor. The legislative framework, including the National Prosecuting Authority Act 32 of 1998, empowers prosecutors to consider diversion, especially in cases where prosecution may not serve the interests of justice. Diversion is typically considered when there is a prima facie case. The offender acknowledges responsibility and the victim consents. The process is designed to promote rehabilitation, restitution, and community service, rather than incarceration, while still holding the offender accountable. Diversion is a key tool in reducing the burden on the criminal justice system and addressing the root causes of criminal behavior. Distinguish between a private prosecution and a public prosecution. A private prosecution and a public prosecution differ primarily in who initiates and conducts the legal proceedings. In a public prosecution, the state represented by the National Prosecuting National Prosecuting Authority, the NPA, institutes and conducts criminal proceedings on behalf of the public interest. This is governed by constitutional provisions, particularly Section 179 of the Constitution, which establishes a single national prosecuting authority responsible for ensuring that prosecutions are carried out without fear, favor, or prejudice. The NPA, headed by the National Director of Public Prosecutions, the NDPP, has the exclusive power to decide whether to prosecute, guided by national legislation such as the National Prosecuting Authority Act 32 of 1998. Public prosecutions are funded by the state and aim to uphold the rule of law and protect social interests. In contrast, a private prosecution is initiated. Oh my gosh, my throat. Okay. In contrast, a private prosecution is initiated by an individual or entity who has a direct and substantial interest in the case, typically because they have suffered harm from the alleged offense. This right is granted under Section 7 of the Criminal Procedure Act 51 of 1977, which allows private prosecutions when the NPA declines to prosecute. The private prosecutor must obtain a certificate, null prosecutor from the NPA, confirming that the state will not pursue the case. Private prosecutions are funded by the individual or entity bringing the case, and the process is subject to certain safeguards, such as the requirement to deposit security or costs. While private prosecutions are rare, they serve as a check on the state's prosecutional discretion and provide a remedy for individuals when the state fails to act. Explain what a private prosecution is with reference to requirements and terms of Section 7. The meaning and purpose of the certificate null. I feel like we need to Google how to say that, y'all. Null press. Okay, wait, let me pause this for 1 sec, and then maybe you can hear.
Nolle prosequi.
Okay, I don't know if you got that.
Nolle prosequi.
That's apparently how you say it. That thing, okay. That thing. Security for private prosecution. Costs in relation to the private prosecution and state intervention in terms of Section 13. Okay, so first point. A private prosecution allows an individual to initiate criminal proceedings against another person when the state declines to prosecute. This is governed by Section 7 of the Criminal Procedure Act, the CPA. To institute a private prosecution, Sorry, my dogs are going panic again. The individual must have a substantial and peculiar interest. Is that supposed to be particular? Peculiar interest in the case, such as being the victim of the alleged crime. The individual must obtain a certificate of
Nolle prosequi.
that thing from the Director of Public Prosecutions, the DPP, confirming that the state has declined to prosecute. The certificate is essential for the private prosecutor to issue process and must be used within 3 months of its issuance. The purpose of the certificate of
Nolle prosequi.
is to confirm that the DPP has reviewed the case and decided not to prosecute, allowing the private individual to proceed. The private prosecutor must also provide security to cover potential costs, ensuring that the prosecution is pursued diligently and without undue delay. If the private prosecutor fails to appear in court, the charges may be dismissed and the security forfeited. Costs in private prosecutions are significant. If the prosecution is successful, the court may order the convicted person to pay the costs. If the prosecution fails, the private prosecutor may be required to pay the accused's legal expenses, especially if the prosecution is deemed unfounded or vexatious. The state may intervene in a private prosecution under Section 13 of the CPA, stopping the private prosecution to take over the case if it deems it necessary. This ensures that the state retains ultimate control over criminal proceedings. Next big heading. Discuss the notion of abuse of process and how the courts must handle it in relation to private prosecutions, with reference to relevant case law. The notion of abuse of process, in the context of private prosecutions, refers to the improper use of legal procedures to achieve an ulterior purpose, such as harassment, delay, or some other unfair advantage. Courts must carefully scrutinize private prosecutions to ensure they are not being used as a tool for abuse. In SA, private prosecutions are governed by Section 7 of the Criminal Procedure Act, which allows individuals with substantial and peculiar interest in the matter to prosecute if the national prosecuting authority declines to do so. However, this right is not absolute and is subject to judicial oversight to prevent abuse. Oh gosh, I got hiccups. Okay. The courts have emphasized that private prosecutions must be conducted in good faith and not for vexatious or malicious purposes. In that case, the court held that while private prosecutions are a legitimate legal remedy, they must not be used to harass or unduly burden the accused. The court has the inherent power to intervene and stop proceedings that amount to an abuse of process. The constitutional framework, particularly Section 179 of the Constitution, underscores the independence of the NPA and its exclusive authority to prosecute on behalf of the state. While private prosecutions are permitted, they must align with the principle of fairness, legality, and the rule of law. Courts must ensure that private prosecutions do not undermine the NPA's role or violate the accused's constitutional rights to a fair trial, as enshrined in Section 35 of the Constitution. Hey, that's it for Litigant 2! Well, in these notes. These aren't so bad. Again, that makes me nervous that they're not that bad. I think this one was maybe 40 minutes. It's like a bit longer than the other one. It's fine. Everybody take 5, and then we'll start on Unit 3. And then when that's done, we will do the case law. And once that is over, I'm not sure if I will call it there for making recorded notes. I may continue to highlight and stuff in my textbook because I feel like I haven't done enough. But I might call it at the end for your recorded notes. But I'll let you know. Anyway, everybody take 5, drink some water, have a pee, do whatever you need to do. I'll see you in a minute. Okay, I'm back. And we're gonna start learning Unit 3 now. And learning Unit 3 doesn't look too long, thank heavens. But yeah, let's just get the crap over with. And then we can do case law. And then I might just study just for my own shelf, you know? Because there's actually quite a lot of case law, so we'll see what we can find. But learning Unit 3, that is what we are on right now. So, learning Unit 3. Explain when a person is entitled to legal representation. A person is entitled to legal representation in criminal proceedings, and the judicial officer has a duty to inform the accused of this right. According to Section 35, subsection 2b of the Constitution, and Section 73, subsection 2 of the Criminal Procedure Act, the accused must be promptly informed of the right to choose and be represented by a legal practitioner. This includes explaining the right to legal representation and, if necessary, the availability of legal aid at state expense if substantial injustice would otherwise result in what? It just says would result. Okay, that sounds great. Section 35, subsection 3G. Then, the judicial officer must ensure the accused understands this right, including the option to communicate with a legal representative in their own language or through an interpreter. Failure to inform the accused of this right can lead to a failure of justice, particularly in serious cases, unless the outcome would have been the same regardless. Additionally, if an unrepresented accused facing serious charges chooses to appear in person, the court should inquire into the reasons for this decision and address any misunderstandings. The right to legal representation is fundamental to ensuring a fair trial, and the state must provide legal aid when necessary to prevent injustice. Then, name the sources of a person's right to legal assistance with reference to the common law and statute and case law. 1. Statutory law. The Constitution of SA, Section 35, subsection 2C, and Section 3, and subsection 3G, guarantees the right to legal representation for arrested persons and accused individuals, including state-funded representation if substantial injustice would otherwise result. It doesn't finish. Oh, you mean if substantial injustice would be the result? Why would you write it like that? That's so dumb. Maybe I'm just tired of not reading it right. But anyway. Criminal Procedure Act, Section 73, subsections 1, 2, 2A, 2C. Confirms the procedural right to legal representation and allows for limited assistance by non-legal third parties. 2. Common law. Originates from the law of nature and God, as argued by Roman in Tractate de Foro Competenti, 1721. Yeah, of course it's friggin' 1721. Why? Okay. Recognized historically as a fundamental right even for serious offenses as seen in the 1819 proclamation. Confirmed in this case, where the appellate division affirmed the right to legal representation in judicial proceedings. 3. Case law. In this case, it defines substantial injustice to include cases where an accused faces potential imprisonment and cannot afford legal representation. In this other case, it reinforces the right to state-funded legal representation in appropriate cases. And in this other case, it clarifies that an accused must accept a state-appointed legal representative without choice of identity. Next big headline. In Bison, with reference to the same facts, the duty of the court in terms of informing the accused of their right to legal representation and the opportunity to obtain legal representation with reference to same facts. The court has a constitutional and statutory duty to inform an accused of their right to legal representation under Section 35, subsection 2b of the Constitution and Section 73, subsection 2 of the Criminal Procedure Act. This duty required the judicial officer to promptly explain the accused's right to choose and be represented by a legal practitioner, including the right to legal aid at state expense if substantial injustice would otherwise result. I fucking hate when they write it like that. Anyway. Section 35, subsection 3G, and Section 73, subsection 2A. Failure to inform the accused of this right, particularly in serious cases, may render the proceedings invalid, as it constitutes a failure of justice. However, no prejudice arises if the accused would have been convicted regardless. Additionally, the court must afford the accused an opportunity to obtain legal representation, including granting reasonable postponements for this purpose. Refusing such a postponement without justification is irregular and may invalidate the proceedings. The court must also inquire into the reasons for an accused decision to appear in post or terminate legal representation, ensuring no misunderstanding exist. Next big heading, explain the role of the legal representative in providing assistance to the accused. The role of a legal representative, there we go, say it, is to provide the accused with effective and competent legal assistance, ensuring their rights are protected throughout criminal proceedings. Under Section 73, subsection 3 of the Criminal Procedure Act, an accused, particularly a minor under 18, may also be assisted by a parent, guardian, or appropriate adult, though this does not equate to legal representation. The court may permit such assistance if it deems it necessary, but it cannot impose representation on an accused who does not seek it. A legal representative must avoid conflicts of interest, and the accused is generally bound by the representative's actions during the trial. The Constitution further entrenches the right to effective legal representation. Next big thing, discuss the instances where a legal representative may withdraw from a case with reference to a conflict of interest and/or contradictory instructions. Goodness, okay. A legal representative may withdraw from a case in instances involving a conflict of interest or contradictory instructions. Under Section 5.1, I don't know if that's meant to be 5.2, but Section 5.1, where a single lawyer represents multiple accused, a conflict of interest may arise if the interests of the accused diverge. In such cases, the lawyer must withdraw entirely to avoid breaching the confidential attorney-client relationship, as using information from one client to cross-examine another would be unethical. Courts may also inquire about potential conflicts before trial to ensure fairness. Under Section 5.2, if a client provides misleading or contradictory instructions, making it impossible for the lawyer to act effectively, withdrawal is justified. However, the lawyer should avoid disclosing the specific reason to the court to prevent improper conduct. You need a sip of water. Okay. These principles ensure ethical representation and protected client confidentiality. Next, explain the duty of the court when a legal representative withdraws. When a legal representative withdraws from a case, the court has a duty to ensure the accused's right to a fair trial is upheld. The presiding officer must inquire whether the accused wishes to instruct another legal representative. If the accused declines, the court should assess whether the accused can conduct their own defense. This duty is particularly critical for indigent
Indigent.
Okay. Indigent. Where was I? Okay. This duty is particularly critical for indigent accused or those who... What does indigent mean, by the way? A charity for the relief of indigent artists. See definition. Hello? Poor or needy. Damn. What a way to describe someone. You needy son of a bitch. Anyway. Ooh, what's wrong, Niz? She nearly fell off my chair. This duty is particularly critical for needy accused or those who may qualify for state-funded legal assistance, as their access to representation must be safeguarded. This ensures compliance with constitutional and procedural fairness requirements. Next, summarize the duty of legal representative when defending the admittedly guilty. A legal representative's duty when defending an admittedly guilty client is to ensure a fair trial while adhering to ethical standards. Under paragraph 411 of the Uniform Rules of Professional Ethics of the General Counsel of the Bar of SA. Hey, she's eating my cheese! Niz! You bad girl! How dare you eat my cheese, Niz! I'm sad. I really wanted the cheese. Anyway, where was I? Okay. The lawyer must inform the client that they will continue representation under specific conditions. 1. Counsel cannot assert facts they know to be false. 2. They may argue that the prosecution's evidence is insufficient to prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt or highlight legal defenses. 3. They cannot present an affirmative case inconsistent with the client's confession. And 4. If the client agrees to these terms, counsel must continue representation accordingly. And 5. If the client requests counsel to withdraw, they must do so. The lawyer's role is not to judge guilt, but to ensure the prosecution meets its burden of proof and the client's rights are protected. Next, advise on legal representation with regards to competency and its consequences and control of the defense case with reference to a set of facts and case law. The right to competent legal representation is a fundamental aspect of fair trial rights, ensuring that the accused receives effective assistance throughout the criminal process, including pre-trial, trial, and post-trial phases. Incompetent representation can render a trial unfair, as highlighted in this case, where the court emphasized that the right to legal representation inherently includes the right to competent representation. Competence is assessed objectively, not based on the client's subjective dissatisfaction. A legal representative must possess basic legal knowledge and act in the client's best interests, as failure to do so, such as unawareness of minimum sentencing provisions, can constitute incompetence. Pre-trial incompetence, as seen in Solomon, as seen in that case, I'm so tired, I'm saying case names now, sorry. As seen in that case, where the attorney failed to protect the client's rights during police questioning, can also undermine the fairness of the trial. Competent representation extends to post-trial processes, including appeals and reviews. The control of the defense case must align with the client's instructions, ensuring that the representative's actions do not deviate from the client's best interests or constitutional rights. Next, explain the need for legal representation at state expense. Legal representation at state expense is essential to ensure procedural equality and a fair trial, particularly for I can't say it again.
Indigent.
That thing. Accused persons who cannot afford legal services. Section 73 of the Criminal Procedure Act, read with the Legal Aid SA Act 39 of 2014, guarantees this right, aligning with constitutional principles of access to justice. Historically, the pro Dio system provided limited legal aid, but the LASA Act now establishes a more systematic framework. Under Section 22 of the Act, courts may direct state-funded legal representation after considering factors such as the accused person's circumstances, the gravity of the charge, and the availability of other legal aid. This ensures that even the poorest individuals receive adequate defense, preventing unfair trials and upholding the constitutional right to legal representation. Legal Aid SA evaluates eligibility and its decisions are subject to judicial review, ensuring accountability and fairness in the provision of legal aid. I need a sip of water. I'm so sorry about my dogs. I don't know why they're barking so much today. Who's phoning me? Oh, let me just call this person back. I'll be back in a second. I hate when that happens. I literally just missed their call by like a minute, and then I called them straight back, and then they didn't pick up. Like, did you throw your phone like out a window or something? I phoned you straight back, but no. Anyway, okay. Next big thing: Advise how legal assistance for children differ to that of an adult with reference to statute and set of facts. Legal assistance for children differs significantly from that of adults, particularly under the Child Justice Act 75 of 2008, which establishes a separate criminal justice system for children. While children, like adults, have a constitutional right to legal representation under Section 35 of the Constitution, the Act imposes additional safeguards to cater to their unique needs. For instance, Section 80, subsection 1 requires representatives to A, allow children to give independent instruction where possible. Okay, somebody's here. I'm just gonna go say hello. I'll be back. Okay, I'm back. Sorry. I keep having to disappear for a sec. Okay. B. Explain rights and procedures in an age-appropriate manner. C. Promote diversion without undue influence. D. Ensure proceedings are expedited.
Expedite.
Expedited.
Expedite.
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 Expedite. Okay, expedited. What does it mean? It's a big word. Make an action or process happen sooner or be accomplished more quickly. Okay. Ensure proceedings are completed more quickly and prioritize the child's best interests. And E, uphold ethical standards. Additionally, Section 82, subsection 2, prohibits a child from pleading without reasonable opportunity to obtain or be appointed counsel. Pre-trial procedures such as assessment by a probation officer, Section 34, subsection 2, and a preliminary inquiry, Section 43, subsection 1, are mandatory to determine diversion options. Criminal capacity and placement with legal representation permitted throughout. Parents or guardians must also be involved in decisions affecting the child. Section 3, subsection G. These measures ensure that the child's rights, development needs, and best interests are prioritized, distinguishing their legal treatment from that of adults. Next, summarize the circumstances when a trial may proceed in the absence of the accused. A trial may proceed in the absence of the accused under specific circumstances as outlined in Section 159 of the Criminal Procedure Act. Firstly, if the accused's misbehavior makes it impractical to continue the trial in their presence, the court may order their removal and proceed without them, though this is a last resort after warnings and attempts to postpone. Section 159, subsection 1. Secondly, in joint trials, the court may authorize an accused's absence if their physical condition prevents attendance, or due to family emergencies. Section 159, subsection 2a. Additionally, if an accused is absent, whether removed or with leave, the court may continue the trial if postponement would cause undue prejudice to the prosecution, co-accused, or witnesses. Section 159, subsection 2. Alternatively, the court may separate the proceedings of the absent accused and resume when they return. Subsection 159, subsection 3. Upon reappearance, the accused may examine witnesses and inspect the record if unrepresented during their absence, ensuring their right to a fair trial is upheld. Section 160, subsection 2 and 3. Next, advice on exceptions to the rule of the presence of the accused in court. The general rule requiring the accused's presence in court has exceptions under the Criminal Procedure Act. First, under Section 159, subsection 1, if the accused's misbehavior makes proceedings impracticable, the court may remove them and continue the trial in their absence, though this is a last resort. Have you seen that case where that guy in America drove through some Christmas market in like a big truck and killed like 10 people or something stupid? And it was like during, like, he made such a disruption in court that they took him to a separate court, like opposite courtroom in the hallway, and put him in that room, like, you know, with police officers and stuff, with a camera and a microphone, so that if the judge wanted to mute him, he'd just push a button and the guy, like, you couldn't hear what he was saying anymore because he was such a he disrupted court so much. That was crazy. Anyway. The court must first warn the accused and may allow them to return to present evidence later. Second, under Section 159, subsection 2, if multiple accused are tried jointly, the court may permit an accused's absence due to poor health or family emergencies. The trial may proceed in their absence if postponement would cause undue prejudice. Alternatively, under Section 159, subsection 3, the court may separate the trials of absent and present accused, resuming the absent accused trial upon their return. Okay, so I counted. Oh fuck! I just scratched my tattoo. I'm not supposed to do that. Okay, it wasn't that bad. Oh, that's fine. Okay, anyway, I counted. I think there's 22 cases. I know, that's a lot. I've tried my best to find summaries, so bear with me. Some have really good ones, some have none, some have okay ones. So we'll piece together what we can find. So first, we're going to start with SB Marstorp 2008 2 SACR 296. So the facts. Hermanus Marstorp, I don't know if I'm saying that right, but like, it's fine. The appellant and the co-accused were convicted in the Uppington Regional Court for robbery with aggravating circumstances. The case involved the hijacking of a vehicle transporting ice cream, where the driver was ambushed and assaulted. Ice cream? Really? Like, if you were gonna rob someone, like, why would you pick an ice cream man? That sounds like it's like from a Disney cartoon. Something stupid. A key witness, Michael Cielo, testified under Section 204 of the Criminal Procedure Act, implicating the accused. The appellant's conviction was largely based on circumstantial evidence, particularly the presence of a chain in his shack. This is that one we were talking about, remember? Which was allegedly used to puncture the victim's vehicle. The trial court also admitted a confession by the co-accused. So the issue is, did the trial court commit procedural irregularities that resulted in an unfair trial for the appellant and his co-accused, thereby warranting the overturning of their confessions? So the rule says, the right to a fair trial is protected under Section 35 of the Constitution of the Republic of SA, which includes the right to remain silent and the right to legal representation. A conviction must be based on evidence that proves guilt beyond reasonable doubt. Evidence from an accomplice must be credible and corroborated. Judicial impartiality is a fundamental principle in adversarial trials, and confessions must be made freely and voluntarily without undue influence. So, application. The trial magistrate actively intervened in the prosecution's case by ordering the introduction of the chain as an exhibit. This conduct compromised judicial impartiality. The only evidence linking Marstorp to the crime was the chain, but its origin was uncertain, and the victim could not identify it. The main witness, Saleo, was unreliable as he admitted fabricating parts of his testimony. The co-accused's confession was inadmissible because it was made under the belief that he would not be punished, violating his right to a fair trial. The trial court improperly drew a negative inference from the appellant's silence after being advised of his rights, which contradicts constitutional protections. Conclusion. The convictions and sentences were set aside due to serious procedural irregularities and insufficient evidence. The trial court's conduct and the reliance on flawed testimony led to a miscarriage of justice. The evidence against the appellant was weak and largely circumstantial. Given the fundamental violations of fair trial rights, the court ruled that the convictions of both the appellant and the co-accused could not stand. The convictions and 12-year sentences were set aside, and they were acquitted. The judgment serves as a strong reaffirmation of judicial impartiality, the right to silence, and the necessity of reliable evidence in securing convictions. So that was SB Marstorp 2008, okay? Next is, oh my god, why I cannot pronounce. Hang on, let's take this and then we go pronounce this word. I don't, can you say it? No, I don't want definitions. Okay, everybody, listen. Hello? Okay, my preferred accent, English, okay? No.
Engzumalo.
That doesn't sound right. What is it?
Engzumalo.
I don't know, okay? Let's pretend it's said like that. SV Nixumalo. That one, 2018. It says, in this case, the accused, Nixumalo, was charged with a criminal offense. The court, in its decision on the 2nd of October 2018, considered the evidence presented and the arguments made by both the prosecution and the defense. The court analyzed the facts of the case and applied the relevant laws to determine the guilt or innocence of the accused. The judgment provided... What? That doesn't tell me what it was, though. That was not helpful. Okay. Let me see if I can find it here. This one has a lot of cases in it, but I don't know if it's got the ones we need. It does not. Okay, that's not helpful. We'll have to come back to whatever her name was. Next. Masiala versus Director of Public Prosecutions, 2007. And this is just from the top bar on Google. So it's not Wikipedia. It is it's a court site, but I don't know, but just be warned. This was an application for confirmation proceedings and an appeal against the whole judgment and order of the High Court. The common law definition of rape was challenged to the extent that it excluded... Hey, wait, is that one where we all fucking hate that guy because the term, like the laws got changed for him? Is that this one? It is! It's the 9-year-old case, guys. It's that case. Okay, we know that case. Okay, everybody clicks. We know that case. We know that case. It's ingrained in our brains. I don't know about you, but I was traumatized from it, so it's ingrained in here. Okay, I just needed to rejog the memory, but we know that case. Moving on, because we have 22, remember? So if you can see the word Masia, or however you say it, and know what the case is, that's our point. Well, you're fine. Next. Summary of SV Mabuza. I think that's how you say it. I'm so sorry. I'm really butchering these names. Mabuza and others, 2009. In this case, the SA Supreme Court of Appeal dealt with an appeal against the convictions and sentences of the accused. The accused were convicted of various charges, including murder, attempted murder, and robbery with aggravating circumstances. The SCA upheld the convictions and sentences of the accused. The court found that the evidence against the accused was overwhelming and that the trial court had correctly applied the law in convicting and sentencing them. The SCA also addressed specific legal principles related to the charges, providing guidance on the interpretation and application of relevant laws. Overall, the case serves as an example of the SCA's approach to appeals in criminal matters and its consideration of the sufficiency of evidence, the application of legal principles, and the correctness of trial court decision. Okay, so that was that summary. I know some of these aren't great, but I'm really trying to find any at all. So yeah, sorry. SV Gomedi, we couldn't find a summary for, but the name is very familiar. But I am reading, and it looks like something about evidence was inadmissible. He was arrested. Yeah. So it's some, but if anybody knows Gomedi, because again the name is very familiar, then you can teach it tomorrow morning. Next, SV Milani and others, 1996. So, the facts. In this province, this provincial division, 3 suspects stood trial on counts of murder, robbery, and unlawful possession of firearms and ammunition. All 3 suspects relied on the alibi defense. The court in this instance had to determine whether the state had proved its case beyond a reasonable doubt. The evidence presented by the state compromised of alleged pointings out by the suspect and eyewitness evidence. Suspect number 1's pointing out was deemed admissible, and number 2 and 3 were deemed inadmissible. So 1 is admissible, 2 and 3 is not. Issue: whether the evidence of the suspects pointing out should be admissible if they were obtained in violation of their constitutional right to legal representation under Section 25, subsection 1C of the Constitution. rule. As stated in Section 25, subsection 1c of the Interim Constitution, any person who is detained has the right to consult with a legal practitioner and to be promptly informed of the right to consult with a legal practitioner. Application. The right as set out above was found to be closely linked to the right of being presumed innocent, the right to silence and prohibition of forced confessions. Those who are uneducated or poor will be deprived of their right to remain silent and not to incriminate themselves in cases where Section 25, subsection 1c was not recognized as important. Goodness. Suspect number 1 was only informed of the right to consult a legal practitioner and not given an explanation on this right. Accordingly, the court held that an accused person has to be informed of their rights as set out in Section 25, subsection 1c, in a manner that they understood, and is aware of the content of the right in order to give a proper effect to the right. The court then considered the proper remedy that the suspect could receive for the constitutional rights violation. The court upheld its previous ruling that, subject to the presiding officer's discretion, evidence gathered in violation of basic rights would be removed. Sorry, I need to sip. Okay. Excuse me. Conclusion. The court determined that it was not possible to justify an absolute exclusionary rule, and that its previous judgment to admit evidence from suspect number 1 was incorrect. The court contended that the fair trial was broken when basic rights, like the prohibition on self-incrimination, were infringed. Allowing unlawfully obtained evidence should only be used to uncover pre-existing facts or items, not to implicate the suspect. So that was S.V. Milani and others, 1996. Next, we have S.V. Zuma, 1995. So I can't find a case summary, but it has one at the top, and it is Wikipedia. So take it with a grain of salt. It says, the case dealt with a provision of the Criminal Procedure Act, which required the defense in criminal cases to prove that a confession made before a magistrate was coerced, rather than requiring the state to prove that it was not coerced. Okay. Cool. I don't... Okay. Cool. Moving on. Next case. S.V. Kutsia and others, 1997. And this is from Safli, so everybody, this is a safe little thing to use. It says at the top here, Justice Lunga delivered the majority opinion of the court, which held that sections 245 and 332 subsection 5 were unconstitutional and could not be saved by the limitations clause. With regard to section 245, the court was unanimous that it was unconstitutional. Well, that didn't tell me what happened, though. It seems like it's the right to be presumed innocent. Can't find another case, like summary. But sections 245 and 332 subsection 5 were unconstitutional. I'm assuming that's what you need to take from that. Next. That was S.V. Kutsia, by the way. Next. Corruption Watch, NPC, and others versus President of the Republic of South Africa, 2018. I cannot find a summary again. Hang on. Yeah, I can't find a summary again, which sucks. This is a long one. Oh wait, no, I did! I did. It's quite a long summary, but it's here. Okay, we need a civil order. Hang on. Okay, prepare yourself, people. This is quite a long summary. Cool, okay. So, think this is from the official site. It is from the official site. Daniel, okay. So, this is, okay, some of that we don't need to know. The Constitutional Court handed down judgment in this matter, in which it confirmed 2 declarations of constitutional invalidity by the High Court. The High Court declared constitutionally invalid then the president conduct in the termination. What? This is the official website of the Constitution, and they have spelling errors. I can't say I'm surprised, but I am disappointed. Anyway, okay, basically somebody was like unfairly dismissed. Conduct and determination of this dude's appointment as National Director of Public Prosecutions, the NDPP, and the subsequent appointment of this other person to that position. The High Court further declared sections 12, subsection 4 and 6 of the National Prosecuting Authority Act constitutionally invalid. These subsections respectively allow for the extension of the NDPP's term of office and the indefinite suspension of the NDPP and deputy NDPP without pay by the President. The President appointed this dude as the NDPP from 2013. Following internal conflict within the senior leadership of the National Prosecuting Authority, the NPA, the President took a decision to institute a commission of inquiry into this dude's fitness to hold office and to suspend him pending its outcome. The proposed suspension never took effect, as that issue was settled after this dude launched an urgent application in the High Court for an interdict. Before the commission of inquiry could commence with its task, this dude concluded a settlement agreement with the President and Minister of Justice and Correctional Services. Pursuant to this dude vacated his position as NDPP in 2015 in exchange for a settlement pay of 17.3 million rand. Shit, dude, bug. That's a lot of money. Okay. Sure. Subsequently, the President at the time appointed this other person in his place. The applicants, Corruption Watch and Freedom Under Law, challenged the lawfulness of this dude's the vacation of office and the settlement payment in the High Court. They asked for the setting aside of the settlement agreement, the reinstating of this dude as NDPP, or, in the alternative, a declaration that the office of NDPP was vacant, and on order directing the then Deputy President within 60 days to appoint a new NDPP on the basis that under Section 19, subsection 1 of the Constitution, the President would be declared unable to act because of his conflict of interest. The Council for the Advancement of the SA Constitution, oh my gosh, I'm running on steam. Okay. Brought another application challenging the constitutionality of Section 12, subsection 4 and 6 of the NPA Act. Although this dude was cited as party in both applications, he did not file answering affidavits. At a very late stage, he asked the High Court to allow him to file an explanatory affidavit. The High Court heard the application simultaneously. It refused to condone the late filing of this dude's affidavit. On the merits, it held that the settlement agreed between the President, the Minister of Justice and Correctional Services, and the dude, and the decision to pay this dude an amount of 17.3 million rand were invalid, and that the resultant vacation of the office of the NDPP by this dude was inconsistent with Section 12, subsection 8 and 9 of the NPA Act, and thus invalid. It accordingly set aside the settlement agreement and this dude's vacation of office. It also declared the appointment of this other person that got added to office invalid and set it aside. This dude was ordered to pay back the 17.3 million rand. The High Court ordered the then Deputy President to appoint a new NDPP within 60 days of the order. It also declared Section 12, subsection 4 and 6 constitutionally invalid. Okay. The applicants approached the Constitutional Court for confirmation of the declarations of invalidity. This dude cross-appealed against the High Court's refusal to grant him condonation for the late filing of his explanatory affidavit, and the costs ordered granted against him. The NPA and the advocate cross-appealed against the declaration that the appointment of the advocate was invalid. In a majority judgment written by people I don't give a fuck about, the Constitutional Court declared the settlement agreement, the obligation to pay the sum of 17.3 million rand, and the dude's vacation of office constitutionally invalid for being inconsistent with the constitutionally required independence of the office of the NDPP. While not deciding the question of whether the NDPP may vacate office outside of Section 12, subsection 8, which regulates an NDPP's departure from office, the Constitutional Court held that no NDPP will be entitled to benefits that exceed those to which they would ordinarily be entitled under Section 12, subsection 8. The majority further held that since this dude's vacation of office was invalid, it follows that the appointment of this advocate was also constitutionally invalid. The majority thus dismissed the appeal by this advocate and the NPA on the validity of Section 12, subsection 4 and 12, subsection 6. The majority held that this section undermined the independence of the office of NDPP and confirmed the High Court's declaration of invalidity. The majority also held that the High Court misdirected itself on the facts when it denied the stooge condonation for the late filing of his explanatory affidavit, and that the Constitutional Court was therefore entitled to interfere in its exercise of discretion and grant him condonation and accept his explanatory affidavit. My gosh, we're nearly at the end, I promise. The majority then proceeded to consider whether it was just and equitable to allow this dude to resume office as NDPP. No, dude, he basically took a bribe. No. It held that the resumption of office by this dude would not be, oh thank God, would not be just and equitable, as it would not vindicate the rule of law. The majority reasoned that the conduct of this dude in his willingness to vacate office if he was paid the right price is not conduct that befits an NDPP. On whether it would be just and equitable for this advocate to remain in office, the majority held that he was a beneficiary of the improper conduct of the former president, and that it would not be proper to allow him to continue in office. With the exception of granting the appeal by this dude, on the admission of his affidavit and the cost ordered against him, the majority upheld all the orders made by the High Court and confirmed all the declarations on invalidity made by the court. In a minority judgment by a bunch of people I don't care about, they held that if it is accepted that the termination of this dude's appointment and the settlement agreement were unlawful, the consequence of setting them aside is an automatic restoration of the status quo ante the default position. That entails the return of this dude to office. The guy doing this judgment said, further elaborated, that in this matter, there is nothing exceptional or extraordinary that warrants the exercise of the court's remedial power to prevent this dude from returning. He took a bribe anyway. The minority reasoned that this dude's return would certainly not cause a constitutional crisis or national crisis. Jesus Christ, okay. On the contrary, his return would enable the president to lawfully remove him from office, and Parliament would play a vital part in that process. More importantly, preventing this dude from returning to office without pronouncing on the validity of his employment contract would not only be unfair to him, but would also create considerable uncertainty on the party's rights and interests. Allowing this dude to return to office does not mean that he is fit to continue as NDPP. Ugh. If his involvement in the conclusion of the settlement agreement makes him unfit to hold office, it would be open to the president to invoke Section 12, subsection 6, and establish an inquiry to determine his fitness, with Parliament's involvement contingent on the outcome. The guy saying this judgment concluded that to require this dude to pay back the money in circumstances where he is not allowed to go back to office cannot be fair to him. On the other hand, allowing him to go back to his office would meet the objects of the Constitution and the rule of law. I really don't know what they fucking did with that dude, but holy shit, imagine you take a bribe of 17.3 billion, and then he's like, It's not fair to him that he got fired. He didn't even get fired. He took a bribe to leave. Like, come on. Okay, that was Corruption Watch, NPC, and others versus President of the Republic and others. Okay. Next is NDPP versus Zuma 2009. This, I can't tell if it's from a law site, but it's again at the top of Google, so I'm going to read it to you. It says, it upheld an appeal by the NDPP against a judgment by Nicholson J, in which he had set aside the indictment of Mr. Zuma on 18 main counts of racketeering, corruption, money laundering, tax evasion, and fraud. The effect of the judgment on appeal is that the prosecution may proceed. I don't know what that has to do with anything, but at least the prosecution got to go ahead. Good for them. Anyway, next. Democratic Alliance and others v. Acting National Director of Public Prosecutions and others 2012. I can't find a summary for this, so I'm going to move on to the next one. These names, bro, I struggle. Can you wait? Let's see. Pronounce. Let's do this. Pronounce. Paste. Pronounce that. No, not YouTube. I don't want YouTube. Howtopronounce.com.
Mon.
Mon?
Mon.
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 Are we sure? That sounds way too,
Mon. Mon.
Mon.
Mon.
Mon.
Mon.
I don't think that's how you say it, but okay, sure. I'm gonna say how I would say it. Magon, but they say Mon, and another v Zuma 2023, so quite recently. This is from a news website. That's not good. Is there another website I could use? Like, I'll do. Oh my gosh, these are so long. That is not a summary. That's not a summary either. Like, okay, I'm just gonna read it to you. It is from a news website. So again, take it with a grain of salt, but I'm just gonna say it. Former President Jacob Zuma has failed in his bid to privately prosecute Karen McGowan and Billy Downer. The court reserved judgment in an enforcement appeal lodged by Karen Mon and Billy Downer. The duo won the case that Jacob Zuma's private prosecution was an abuse of power. That's what it says. I don't know. Anyway, next. Okay, this one is called the National Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals versus Minister of Justice and Constitutional Development and another, 2016. Again, I cannot find a summary. Oh wait, I found a judgment for the case. It says here, the Constitutional Court found that the Societies for the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals Act 1993 authorizes the National Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals to institute private prosecution against persons who had allegedly committed offences in terms of the SPCA Act. Was that inconstitutional, or I don't know, but that was part of the judgment, I guess. I don't know. I'm gonna keep that one there because I don't think that was a good one. Next. Okay. Singh v. Minister of Justice and Constitutional Development and another, 2009. Unfortunately, there is no summary again, so we will be moving on to... Oh no! I have one! Never mind, I'm smart. It says, Singh v. Minister of Justice and Constitutional Development is a landmark case in SA constitutional law. The case dealt with the constitutionality of the Criminal Law, Sexual Offences and Related Matters Amendment Act, which imposed mandatory minimum sentences for certain sexual offences. In this case, the Constitutional Court had to determine whether the mandatory minimum sentences imposed by the Act violated the rights to dignity, equality, and the prohibition of cruel, inhumane, or degrading treatment or punishment as guaranteed by the Constitution. The court held that the mandatory minimum sentences were indeed unconstitutional It found that the act infringed upon the rights of offenders by imposing disproportionate and harsh sentences that did not take into account the individual circumstances of each case. The court emphasized the importance of proportionality in sentencing and the need to consider the unique circumstances of each offender. The court also highlighted the importance of the separation of powers and the role of the judiciary in safeguarding constitutional rights. It stated that the judiciary has the power and duty to review and invalidate legislation that is inconsistent with the Constitution. Overall, the same case reaffirmed the principles of proportionality and individualized sentencing in SA law. It emphasized the importance of respecting the rights and dignity of offenders while also recognizing the need to protect society from sexual offenses. Dude! Just gonna move on before I have a hissy fit. Anyway, next, SV Holgren. I think this case is here. Bear with me, I have to read like over like a one of those, you know, where it says like this is a preview and it's like locked. I have to read like behind that, so give me a sec to read it. So, okay, SV Holgren 2002. So it deals with legal representation, and it says deals with the con's rights and legal counsel. The right to choose legal representation is a fundamental right, but not absolute, and it has reasonable limitations. The right presupposes accused can make financial and other arrangements, lawyer is available. If legal representation is assigned by state, accused have little choice, may only object due to conflict of interest and incompetence. The right must be real. Whether the defense was so incompetent that it made the trial unfair is a factual question. It doesn't depend on dissatisfaction of the litigate, of like that person who's being represented by this guy. Court to place itself in shoes of defense's counsel and failure to take certain basic steps, example consulting, different from failure to cross-examine or not call a particular witness. It's pretty easy to determine if right to counsel was negated in the former type of case, but scope for complaint in the latter instance, where counsel discretion is involved, is limited. Okay, so that was SV Holgren. I think that's how you say it. Next is SV Solomon and others 2014, and I'm reading this from a Scholar website, so hopefully it's okay. It's one of those small little ones again, and it says, at the High Court, it was held that Solomon was to be liable for the company's debt. The High Court, in its decision, likened the position of Mr. Solomon to his company to that of an agent. The Solomon and Co. entity was an agent of the principal, so that doesn't help at all. I'm going to keep that one because that didn't help. So then, this next case is SV Tandwa and others 2008, and this is a summary from Sapley, and it says summary: criminal law, robbery with aggravating circumstances, identification, proof of beyond reasonable doubt, requirements restated, alibi defense, effective late disclosure, sentence 15 years imprisonment, no appellate interference warranted. The appeal is dismissed. That was it. Hope you enjoyed. I'm going to keep that one as well because I didn't like that. Now, this case, I looked at the name and I thought it was like, I thought I had to like respell it a couple times. So forgive me, please. I'm so sorry. Halantalalala. Yes, there's 3 la-la-las. And others be Diante. No, and another 1999. Did I find a summary? No. No, I did not. And it will be staying up here. Next. Wait, I did find a summary. Oh, I did. Oh, thank you. Okay, I did. We're fine. So it says, in this case, the court ruled in favor of, I'm just gonna say La 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 because I don't know how to say the beginning of her name. I'm so sorry. It ruled in the favor of La La La, a tenant who sought an interdict to prevent Diante, the landlord, from evicting him. The court found that Diante had failed to follow the proper legal procedures for eviction, as outlined in the Prevention of Illegal Eviction from and Unlawful Occupation of Land Act. The court held that Diante's actions constituted an unlawful eviction, and therefore the eviction was set aside. This case highlights the importance of landlords following the correct legal procedures when seeking to evict tenants, as failure to do so can result in the eviction being deemed unlawful by the court. That was a nice summary. I just don't know what it has to do with criminal law, but like, what do I know? Then there's ASV, I'm so sorry, Natuli 2003. Again, no summary, unfortunately. Just gonna scroll through this real quick and see if there are any. Nope, that's useless. So, that is all the cases I was able to find. I will now list the ones I was not able to find, and if you know the cases or can find them, please feel free to send them on the group on my behalf. I would really appreciate that. But they are ASV Ntali 2003, ASV Tandwa and others 2008, ASV Solomon and others 2014, National Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals versus Minister of Justice and Constitutional Development and another 2016, Democratic Alliance and others versus Acting National Director of Public Prosecutions and others 2012, Corruption Watch NPC, I think it's supposed to be it's NPC, Corruption Watch NPC and others versus President of the Republic of SA and others 2018, and SV Gomedi 2017. So those are the cases I could not find summaries for. So if you do manage to find, I would really, really appreciate if you posted them on the group chat. I'm really nervous about tomorrow. I feel like I haven't studied enough. I kind of have been purposely putting off criminal because I just haven't been following along in class. I really struggle in class. And because of that, I just avoid it, which is not good. I shouldn't do that, obviously. But it's a bit late now. Thank God there's an assignment next, so I can do that instead, which, heavens, I'm so happy about. But I would at least like to pass this test. So I will probably read those notes that were sent on the group again. And if I can, I'll probably stay up late tonight and try and go through my textbook just a little bit. It always makes me feel a little better going through my textbook. But yes, I believe that's all. Those were the cases. We went through the notes together. This has kind of been a mess of a stream. I'll definitely put chapters in for all the study girls to find out where I actually start studying, because I spent like 2 hours faffing around and trying to figure out what I should learn from. My cat is staring at like the corner of the room like there's a ghost there. I hate when they do that. Anyway, yeah, I'll probably do this for Delect on Thursday because I have a lot of notes on Delect. Thank God, it's more. I'm more prepared for that one, so I will do this again because it just helps me feel better about studying and getting it done. And maybe it'll help you guys. I don't know, but I hope it does. I'm sorry these aren't as clean as my old notes used to be, like my old recordings, but I just don't have that kind of, I just can't do it again. It took so long and I wasted so much time trying to perfect them. So I think now is just more about saying them out loud helps me. And so maybe like you just need to listen to somebody say them out loud, then you're welcome to tag along. Like, I guess I can't promise they're going to be perfect and like sound incredible. But yes, like I said, I'll probably be there super early tomorrow. Usually hang out at the back. There's a bunch of us that usually study in the mornings. So come join if you want. We can all swap notes and like panic together. It's a great time. It is at 8 a.m. So pretty early, but it's fine. And then after that, I think I'm free for a while, which is quite nice. I doubt I'll be able to stream video games, but I've actually been enjoying streaming just casual stuff like this. I say casual, like I haven't been studying like a demon, like, you know what I'm saying? But like, I don't know, it's just nice to not have to like worry about like, oh, I can't play that game because I have to stream it. Oh, I can't do that because I have to stream it. Like, I just, that makes me really anxious, and then I don't end up doing anything at all. And like, there's no time to game anymore. Like, I don't have the time, so I just don't do it anymore. And then I just don't stream anymore. And I always feel anxious when I start streaming, but then when I get into it, it's a lot of fun. And I'd like to continue doing that. It's a good time. So I think I'm going to continue doing what makes me not feel anxious, even if nobody watches. It just makes me feel better. But yeah, I think that's going to be it. I need to go have some dinner and then take a shower and read my textbook. I wish everybody luck for tomorrow. I'm sure we'll all be fine, but I don't want to jinx it, but it'll be okay. But yeah, so this was almost another 5-hour stream. Less studying got done this time, but yeah, we still studied. I'm still proud. But yeah, I will see my study friends tomorrow. As for the rest of you guys, have a good day, evening, night, I don't freaking know, wherever you are. And I'll see you when I stream next. Okay, I'm gonna go. Bye!